tieflings, if you recall. And after managing to actually get them to talk to you, you had them, and they you got them to give you some kind of instructions for a location, and you guys in pairs snuck over there, used their secret knock, did their password, and then went down a set of stairs, and that's where we ended. Well, I'm here to tell you what's there now. So you've all pair by pair reached at the bottom of these stairs to this hallway, and you see branching. This hallway just seems to go forever. You don't see an end to it, and eventually you see the two tieflings come from behind you and down the stairs, and they tell you to follow them, and they start leading you down the hallway, and eventually there's you basically hit a cross intersection, and they start going down one way, and then there's another intersection, and they take another turn, and then another, and another, and another, and before long you've taken over 10 turns. And anyone who wants to try to remember this path can make a survival check.
Uno minuto.
Hang on, wouldn't even know because she's
I'm not gonna
got
remember this.
mind.
Yeah.
I will say you definitely know which direction you know which direction you're going, but trying to remember 10 turns is the survival check.
Okay.
But I will give you advantage because of your being able to know which direction you're going.
8. Nash got 12.
My character sheet still be opening up, good sir.
Anyway, like I said, that's only if you guys care. If you don't need to roll it. If you're trying to remember.
is far more interested in like the stonework and.
Yeah, it doesn't match. The stonework doesn't match the brass of the city above at all. All right. Well, Kieran,
is it like carved out of like living rock, or is
it's carved out of natural stone? Yeah. And yeah, so Kieran's the only one who's going to have made this DC. And they continue through. Kieran, you're able to keep track through over 30 turns before eventually they stop next to what looks like a plain stone wall, and one of them starts putting their hands over it until eventually you hear a slight click and the stone pushes inward. And there's another set of stairs. And they go down the steps. And you're free to follow them if you want. And assuming you do follow them, what you see is now... Hang on, there, I changed the page for you guys there. Alright, so... At the bottom of the steps, you see, really, this definitely carved out of the stone, and not even as nicely as those tunnels. Like, those tunnels look like they were done out of natural stone, but with purpose and, like, to make usable tunnels. This looks like this was carved by, like, 1 or 2 people who don't know how to do it very well. It's really rough, it's uneven, but it's very hidden. And once you're all in there, they push the stone at the top of the steps closed again, and it looks... It's very hidden.
Mm-hmm.
And in this area, you see that there's also very crudely made stone pillars keeping the place from collapsing. And one of the tieflings, the one without the mask, says, "All right, now we're more free to talk." And he says, "This is."
How strong do those pillars look?
They look pretty decently strong. You realize that as they lead you through from chamber to chamber, there are a lot of them every few feet. So it's not going anywhere. It also restricts the space.
Mm-hmm.
And above you, actually I forgot to say this. Above you, it's not stone. It's brass. It looks like they dug this thing right underneath a building.
Hidden basement.
Yep.
Directly under the foundation.
Yep, that's exactly what they did. And once they lead you to the back chamber, you see that there's like crates and barrels and like straw beds, like really not the great stuff. And as you're going through, you see other people there. You see a handful of humans. There's a Kenku. There's just a handful of people. There's a halfling. There's just about a dozen people in this area,
Mm-hmm.
and none of them look all that happy.
Yeah, I
Most
can
of them have
imagine
very
that.
determined faces.
Someone's breathing in the mic.
God damn it.
I was about to say,
Need to put
Stefan,
them
stop
away.
breathing into your mic.
I barely even hear them breathe, but
Anyway,
Yeah, I
so
heard some.
once you've been led to the farthest back chamber, they sit down on some of the straw and they say, "Tell us why you're here."
we are here because. Why are we here again?
We are here We are here for the same reason as you. We have a certain number of slaves we wish to free from the shackles of this city.
Yes. What he said.
And he says, "All right, a common goal. I can see that we could work together, maybe."
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "But you have to understand, you have to be very careful in this city."
We are aware.
DM,
Yes.
the cube of Rubik's,
Yes.
does it have a cooldown on its uses?
Yes, it does. It has 2 charges, which one charge regenerates each dawn. So you still have it has 1 charge left on it right now.
Well, I got a plane shift in my back pocket if need be. So, I'm thinking, are any of these slaves still collared?
Oh, none of these people have collars. And if you were to ask, they'll tell you none of them are slaves either. They're all here to help free a slave.
Ah.
Hence the very determined looks on their faces.
Okay, so these are people who have come seeking to free slaves.
Yep.
Well, I can't help with that yet. I think. Maybe. But once they are free, I do have this magical item that lets me create portals to other planes. So I have an easy out for people once your loved ones are found. Yeah.
Is there a limit on how many people it can transport?
It creates a portal.
Oh.
Yeah. That was why I was thinking about it. It can make portal.
And and the one without the mask says, "I appreciate that. We may take you up on that when the time comes."
Also, I'd love to get my hands on one of these collars and take a look. I am somewhat of an arcane scholar. I might be able to decipher some of their intricacies.
We're gonna have to get a slave away from the masters first, which is not easy.
He says it's not even getting them away. Many slaves are sent on mundane tasks or are outside of the direct sight. But as we tried to impress upon you, and we're sure that you were told, they're always listening. And because of that, it's very risky to say anything around those collars. And on top of that,
So maybe this
and trying to
be...
remove one and not doing it correctly could result in death.
So maybe
Oh,
this
dear.
requires some kind of coordinated effort.
That is why we're
And-
here.
And he says, we're currently working with someone who helped make those collars in the past.
Oh.
And he actually says, we expect him here soon.
Do you trust him?
He says, I don't trust anyone.
Not even us?
A valid
To
sentiment
be
here.
fair,
We just walked in. Of course
Yeah,
he doesn't trust us. But
He says, I do not trust you.
Well, is there anything we want to do while we're waiting for the guy?
He says, I would like to know more about you, and specifically the person you're here to save. If we're going to cooperate, we should know more about each other.
Well, the person I'm here for is named
Connect.
Hanak. And did Craig say who he's being held by?
Yeah, I think he did in your
Craig say
RP.
who he's being held
It was a
Did Craig say-
RP7. Let me hang on. Let me check.
I don't believe I said a name in there, did I?
No, you said it was an Ifriti.
Yeah, which
There's a
makes
lot
sense.
of those here.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I'll just keep looking.
There's a lot of those.
no, I'm pretty sure I never dropped the name because Craig never found it out.
Does Craig know where he's being held? Like
Craig
what
gave you,
convention,
Craig
or-
gave you the general idea of the
Yeah.
location of the palace.
So it
in
is the
which he's being
palace.
held. Well,
Oh,
there's
okay,
more than
well,
one. There's
a
more than one
palace.
palace. Yeah, there's more
Yeah.
than one. But yes,
we need to find a specific Ifriti and get into
Yeah, I
his
will-
palace.
Relay that information. And let them know that.
and they say, okay, we understand. You're here to, and they're gonna say that's a particularly dangerous person to try to rescue. If
Yeah,
they're
well,
if they're being kept in a palace, then they are considered very valuable, and are more likely to be watched as well as listened upon.
well, not much for it.
Right, and then the one without the mask says, "Oh, my apologies, I did never introduce myself." And he says, "My name is Andis." And then he taps the one wearing the mask on the shoulder, and he says, "Brother, you can take your mask off." And he does so, and you see that he has a very large scar, distinctively in the middle of his face.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and he just kind of says, "Karen."
I'll just nod to him.
Yeah. And he says,
Wait,
my apologies for my brother. He is less calm than I am. And he has to wear that mask because he is a wanted person.
Let's see.
And he says, we are here to rescue my wife.
I suspected as much.
Yeah. Her name is Eid, and you could see why we would be quite angry. The position she's in is not good.
Mm-hmm.
perfectly understandable.
But she has helped us find a couple people to work with. So, and now we found allies here with the same goal of rescuing people. And then
That
you
is
hear,
not even-
yeah, and at this point that you do hear from above, back up the like in the distance, because you're in a different room, you hear the stone sliding sound, and then you hear it again a second later, and you hear steps, and Anda says, "I suspect he's here."
Good, good.
And then strolling into view is one of those dwarf-like guys with the flaming heads.
Okay.
Yeah. So eventually, he steps into the room, and he looks just as angry as all the other ones did. And they say, "Here he is," and he's able to help break the collars. He's helped make many of them.
Okay, first of all, what is he?
Like,
He's not a dwarf. He kind of looks like a dwarf size-wise, and but he is definitely not a dwarf.
Ganassi?
No, he is
Midget.
no, you guys already tried rolling on what these guys were last time and you didn't pass. So you guys don't know what these are. And he says, "This is our friend, and he is an Azur."
What's an asshole?
Okay. Yeah, what is he?
And he says, "Well, that's a long story, but you can consider these guys. They were born of this plane, and they used to be the ones who were in control of it before the Ifrit showed up. They, in fact, his people built this entire city and everything in it. They also guard it, and are in some ways enslaved to the Ifritis, just not quite the same as everybody else."
Okay.
So you were forced to make color then.
And many other things. Though actually, hang on, he speaks. He understands what you said, but he speaks out in Ignan.
In what?
Ignan.
Like
I don't know
anybody
if
understands that.
I don't know if any of you understand Ignan. This is gonna be interesting.
Shiva
I
has
think
her
I do.
helm, so she'll understand the language, but she can't speak it.
Yeah.
The one time Cadence isn't here, and she's the only one that can speak back.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Felt like she was just kind of causing she was making things a little too easy sometimes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so eventually realizing that you didn't understand, one of the tieflings speaks and says, he said yes, he was made to do that amongst many other things.
Why does he wish to help us now?
He says, while many of his people are angry, most of them have accepted where they are and are not actually that bothered. In exchange for their servitude, they are left mostly to themselves and can do things they enjoy. So they are not that bothered. But a few of them, like our friend here, are very remember the times before the Ifriti showed up, when they were in control of the entire plane, and wish to return it to that state.
Why do I feel like this might end in war?
Definitely a possibility.
Are we to fight in war?
And eventually, Andis says, but their fight is not our fight. But in a small way of beginning his fight, he's agreed to help us figure out how to get those collars off. Because once that's figured out, they can free all the slaves, and that will anger the Ifriti a lot.
I can imagine.
Mhm.
So, how do we go about removing those collars?
He says it's not easy. They're filled with powerful magic and are made of incredibly strong and sturdy materials. And while it might be easy to try and melt them away, that could kill the person. And of course, in this particular case, they're basically immune to heat, thanks to the Azure making them. He says the best way to remove them is to crack them in half with a single solitary blow. But not even the Azure have been managed to be strong enough to actually do that.
And you have to do it like on both sides of the necklace as well, I imagine.
He says, indeed, it would take two of incredible strength, in perfect unison, striking the collar and hoping that it breaks. And should the collar be broken, there would only be mere moments before an Ifriti would show up.
Okay, well, we do have two very strong people here.
Yep.
I don't know about. Don't know what
In
other
response to what
people
Carter
necessarily
just
be
said, he says,
broken?
people here.
sorry, what was that?
What magic is on the collars is what I would like to know.
He says, well, first there is special carvings on it with runes that allow the Ifritis and those they've designated as in charge of their slaves to listen in, if they so wish, so that they can keep track of what slaves are doing. And on top of that, if they feel so inclined, they can also track their location. So you can't even bring them somewhere because they'll just know where they are. And then on top of that, if they are tampered with, they will kill the person wearing it.
I would very much like to examine one of these collars, not on someone that be safe, but if it were possible to examine one of these devices, perhaps
Does
I could study it and learn a great deal about its mechanisms.
what if
Dispel magic, yeah.
Pretty sure that won't work.
No.
That is not an option. This
Yeah,
is
that's too simple.
Yeah, this is a 3D magic. Would take far more than simple dispel magic to undo this.
does anyone know how anti-magic?
Theoretically, anti-magic might work, but if they lost track of a collar, they would once again show up, and it would still be unremovable without that physical strength.
Even show up in an anti-magic area?
He says, Afridi are closer to gods than mortal beings.
Yeah, it's not exactly
They
magic.
can bend reality
arcane
around
magic as
themselves.
we know it.
I think reduce and enlarge might help either.
They are definitely, he does say they are very magic resistant. That being said, some of these things might work if we could weaken the magic, find a way to, a more mundane way to weaken the magic. So, in response to the request to try and examine one, the Azure speaks up, like they start conversing in Ignan, and eventually, and Shiva, you understand that they're basically asking if he can manage to bring one here, one that isn't in use, and he says he'll try his best if he can get one, but he has to be really careful because they might notice it going missing.
Really? They would notice their collars going missing. They'd keep a careful inventory of them.
They take a long time to make.
Oh, one would think with how many slaves they had.
He says they're made to order. And there's only ever so many that are out of use.
Kind of that. Yes. DM.
Yeah, I'm reading what he said. So, in response to that, he says, yes, polymorph has been tried as well. Magic doesn't seem to work right on those wearing the collar. And so when trying to shrink them or change their form, the collar adjusts to match their new shape and size. And once again, we had someone try that, and they're no longer with us. It drew the attention of an Ifriti, who very easily dealt with them. Tampering with a person, we've tried that a lot, doesn't work.
Shattering the collar?
I think he's talking about heat, and he just told you that heat temperature doesn't work on these. I already said that.
Yeah, we're looking at like this is probably going to be multiple arcane checks just to
Oh,
decipher
you mean like
its
freezing the collar and
intricacies.
shattering it?
He says no, their temperature is not a factor for these. Isn't something that affects these. He says, I would know we make them. Not just extreme heat, but extreme cold as well.
Yeah, I don't think you can thermal shock these things.
No. He says, but if we can get a collar and you can examine it, perhaps you'll learn more. And to be able to determine some way to weaken the magic imbued upon these collars in a way that would allow us to do that. And
I don't think adamantium would. I don't know.
he says that comes back to it still requires the strength of someone to wield that. And the material used doesn't need to be that hard. It just needs to be someone strong enough to do it, to put the force in. Anyway, so he says, he once again talks to Azur, and he basically, they have a quick conversation where he says, so at this point, I guess we're stuck waiting, and perhaps you can try and bring us a collar. And he nods, and then he says, if there's anything else you wish to ask him, now would be the time, because he has to return or he'll be noticed missing.
I think we're.
What happens when a slave dies? By natural or expected causes.
They are alerted of it by the collar, and a Ifriti will show up to take the collar and dispose of the body.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, are you thinking of killing somebody wearing a collar?
No, not exactly. I have very particular skills. I'm curious, is all.
Says, I see. And if there's nothing else, then the Azur is going to leave with the goal of returning with one of those collars that isn't in use, if at all possible.
All right.
And it's at this point that that Andis returns his attention to you, and he says, do you have somewhere you're staying in the city already?
We don't, do we?
Nope.
We have our mansion, but we
I
don't.
don't believe that has been made arranged.
No, and I think using the magic might draw attention to us.
We have our own unique means of resting for the night.
He says, I don't know what that means, but beware of doing anything magical in the city above. Down here, you're a little more safe.
Idea for us to get conventional logic.
Well, he says we were offering because if need be, you can stay here. I mean, it's nothing more than piles of hay. But it's better than nothing.
We do have the Magnificent Mansion.
You do. And
But from the
he
sounds
tells
of
you
it,
that
we shouldn't use that up above.
he says you're definitely welcome to stay here with whatever means you have.
Will they notice the mansion down here?
I guess technically they'll see the door, and then they'll see the door disappear. So, yes, they'll see the door for briefly, unless you try to do it out of sight.
I'm just saying, it won't be the same as doing it like in the city.
It certainly won't. The only people who would see it would be the people down here.
Oh, I say, I think
mean,
that's
we could,
how we're gonna stay the night, I guess.
how many people can we hold up in a mansion?
I'll look that up. I can't remember the exact number. Let me look this up. Magnificent Mansion.
Because clearly
It
you don't want
can-
to be able like holding up an entire army inside.
It's 100 people.
We could
Up
invite
to 100 people.
No, that's
Yeah.
just how much food there is. That's not how many people can go inside.
You're right. It doesn't actually. Oh, you're right. It doesn't actually say. It just has. What is it? It's 50 cubes. So 50 rooms.
Cubes, 50 rooms that are 5 by 10.
Yeah.
No, that's the door. They're all
Some folks could double up in some
50
rooms.
cubes that are 10 feet by 10 by 10s.
Yeah. So they're pretty big
500
rooms.
500
Yeah.
cubes.
Yeah, they're pretty big. So. So yeah, it's a pretty huge thing. You've never tried bringing. Well, I guess. No, you probably never brought like a dozen people in there before, but there's nothing that says you couldn't. And there's enough food for 100 people eating
So
a
in
9-course
theory,
meal.
these people who are hiding down here in squalor, we could offer them respite.
You
Mhm.
could. Not that Sildafix even knows about the mansion at this point.
No, this is
True.
all above table. This is
Yes,
Mhm.
but yes, you could theoretically do that.
now. I think she is aware of the spell's existence.
Yeah, she would be familiar to know of the spell's existence. You have no way of knowing that's what the group is talking about when they're saying
Now,
they have their own accommodations.
Here is a question for the DM. Does Mordenkainen exist in this world? And would Sildafix know who he was?
He definitely did, and I
Slash
would say
is.
yes. Yes, he did exist, and yes, I would say she would know that who he was.
Wait, does that mean that Volo also does this?
Yeah.
And Xanathar?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
And Tasha.
Their magic exists. There's only one way their magic exists.
I mean, in some games, it's just like the spell exists. but
Yeah, I know.
by
There are people who
someone else.
have. Yeah, it's called, instead of Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion, it's just called Magnificent Mansion, and yeah.
However, I am just establishing this because once you guys start using absolutely redonkulous spells from certain people's spell books, Sildafix might have a reaction.
Uh-huh.
So, there you go. It's up to you to decide if you want to invite them in or use it in front of them or whatever. You decide what you're going to do.
I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't.
No reason not to.
But we haven't. Are we calling it a night or?
Well, it is only. It's not the latest. If someone had something they wanted to do, they wanted to talk to these guys or something, that's an option. Is there any interest in that? Or if there's something else somebody wants to do, just let me know.
Well, Silverfix has asked her questions and is just now, somewhat impatiently, waiting to be able to examine one of these magical devices.
Mhm. I mean, we'll chat around a little more with the other people. Get
You
a
kind of sometimes overhear her muttering about possibilities of what it could be, and
The guy who's
I'm
going
just gonna go around and try and chat with a few more people, try and get a layout of the city as it currently exists.
Oh, sure. So, basically, and pretty easy. So they have this general information. So there are basically 4 major sections of the city. There is the market section where the soul and slave trade is at its highest, its peak. So that's where all the deals go down. And so it's also there that you'll find one of the portals to hell is
Huh.
in the center of that area to facilitate trade.
Yeah, we're gonna stay away from that.
Yeah.
Here?
So,
That's here?
yeah, there are portals to hell and the abyss in the city of
I
Brass.
mean, in this hideout.
Oh, what? In
You
a
said
map?
there was a portal in hell.
No, in the market, in the center of
market,
the
okay.
market. Yeah, and then then there's the biggest quadrant by far. I guess not quadrant, but the biggest area is the basically the area where all the Ifrits have their palaces.
Mm-hmm.
And while you'll see less traffic, you'll see a lot of slaves running around to and from that area to do tasks that they've been assigned. And you'll see important guests from various planes and people who wish to acquire favors and wishes from Ifritis coming and going from there as well. The Ifritis themselves don't leave their palaces that much unless something calls for their attention that they determine it's worth actually leaving. Because generally they just feel like being entertained.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And then the next section is where the Azur work and live. So that's where all the manufacturing of the city is. And they live there, as well as the residents, the barracks and whatnot for the Azur soldiers. And they tell you that the Azur themselves are pretty much split into 2 groups: those who work and those who guard and fight. And you'll see them patrolling the streets, and sometimes you'll even see them atop gigantic salamanders, using them as
Lovely.
mounts. Yeah. And then the last city is or the last section is the smallest by far, and it is what little of the hospitality section that the city has. So there are some bars there, the brothel. There's not too much of that because there's not that much need, because the city is mostly there for the residents are mostly the Azur and the Ifriti and the like, and most visitors end up in the market area.
Isn't there only 3 areas? We did the market, the palace area, and then the hospitality.
And the Ifrit area, or the Azur area. That was the third one.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so that's those are the 4 areas of the city of Brass. I mean, there are other things here and there, but generally stuff is more or less split in those 4 areas. I should have said there is also another well-known portal to hell in the Afridi area, in the center of that area, as well as one in the Azur area. So all 3 areas have them. The only one that doesn't is the hospitality area, which is where you are right now.
Yeah, we figured.
So Johan is want just see how solid the place where they're at is, and like this have that part of dwarf.
And how
And
do you go
then-
about? Oh, you're using yeah. So it's stonework, and it's actually pretty decent.
Then
I mean, not up to the snuff of an actual dwarf, but it's more than enough.
Right.
Like, it's not going to collapse.
Right, and we're looking for obvious weak spots. Also looking for is going to get out of the, and he's going to want to do a thorough survey of the alleyways around, because what he's doing is he's planning out, if he has to escape from building at a.
Okay. So
What
you're
would
gonna
be
need to.
what would be an easy wall to break or something?
All right. So
And
none of
where
the
do the
walls will
alleys
be.
go?
None of the walls will be easy to break. And in terms of traversing the corridors, I'm gonna need a survival check to try and keep track of where you're going, so that you can get back here and try and find a way out.
Yes, that's exactly the point of this exercise, is so that you won't have to make these survival checks.
All right. So, but I will need one now to set
All
it
right.
up.
Sure. Normal, right?
Yep, normal.
All right. First thing we're gonna do, we're gonna eat a pickle.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Are you able to get a general layout? Your familiarity with stone, even though like that doesn't help you. Once you've seen it, you're like, oh, I know that stone. That was right. That was next lake. So you're able to use the individualness of a stone to keep track of the pathway until you eventually find the stairs up. It takes you hours though, so that's everything Johan can do before resting.
That's fine. Johan's being a busybody.
All right.
That's just day one.
Oh.
He's got an assassination to prep for, so he's doing all his homework.
I'm not here to assassinate. I'm here to rescue someone.
He's getting ready in case he has to assassinate someone.
Well, you know, that's what assassins will do, I suppose.
Yeah.
And once again, because the nature of their contract, if Johan doesn't kill anyone, he doesn't get paid.
Well, with the amount of shit that he killed in the zombie adventure, because of the way that contract was worded,
Yeah,
he
it's true.
technically got a giant payout from zombie.
He did.
Carter said he wanted to cartograph the area.
That's gonna require 2 checks. Because it's you would need to use cartographer's tools, which I don't think you have. So that's gonna be pretty hard. And then on top of that, you'd need to roll survival. Yeah. So if you didn't talk to me ahead of time that you wanted to have, you don't have cartographer's tools. So it's gonna be pretty hard to make a map. You can try and sketch one, but it's going to be difficult. Yeah, it's gonna be the DC is gonna be much higher with this, and on top of that, you need to roll a survival check to try and do that. All right, so the survival is good. Now I'm gonna have you roll. Hang on, let me just look up the check for cartographer's tools, so that I can tell you what. I'm gonna say, yeah. I'm gonna have you roll straight wisdom on this. You don't have proficiency with this, so just straight wisdom. That's pretty good. However, yeah, actually, you know what? That's gonna do it. Carter draws a surprisingly decent map of the area. But that's all he can do, because again, if there's a lot of passageways, and it's gonna take a long time. It's crude, but it'll work. All right. Next, if there's anyone else who wants anything.
Curious about the the blue tieflings, but I'm not exactly sure what I can tell them, or what kind of stuff I can talk to them about.
You want to try?
Yeah.
Alright, so then what do you say to them? How do you start this off?
Well, I mean, I should introduce myself. I don't know if I did, so I'll just say that I'm.
I assumed you did when they did.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll ask, like, where were they originally from?
And, they tell you that they were born in this plane, in this city. And that they were the children of slaves.
Oh.
So this is
to escape.
Yeah. So, well, they were never enslaved because they were deemed nothing worth bothering with them, so they were basically just ignored. And they grew up basically free, and as orphans in this city, because their mother died while they were children. And as kids, it didn't bother them what was going on in the city as much as it does now. It did because their mother was a slave and died, but before their mother, like, they had a relatively simple life in the grand scheme of things. And then it wasn't until they grew up and Andis got married, and then his wife was taken, that they really decided to rebel. Like many in the city, they kind of had just decided that this was the way life was. They'd never been to another plane. They'd never been to another place. I mean, this entire plane is extremely hostile outside of the city.
So they've never been to the mortal planes.
They have never been to the mortal planes.
Well, I'll tell them that the off chance that they do complete their mission.
Great start with giving them faith and belief that they're going to succeed in the off chance. Sorry.
No, I mean, no, I shouldn't say it. Like, one, I'll tell them, well, once you're done here, I mean, I don't see the point of staying here if I don't see the point of you both staying here or any of the other tieflings. I know 2 places at the mortal plane that would be very happy to take you in and offer you a place to stay. Much better here.
And Anda says, I appreciate the offer, and we'll think on that, but we're not going to decide anything until we've rescued her first.
Okay.
Once we've rescued Ede, then we'll figure out what we're doing.
Okay. And this whole time I was having my wings under wraps, so I remove my cloak and I expose my wings and I say, just know that I am really risking my life for this too.
And one of them, like, they're both looking at the wings and they're like, and do you realize they look to each other and they're like, and they shrug, and they basically both just assume that apparently tieflings from the mortal plane have wings.
Oh no, we don't have wings. I drank a potion and it gave me wings. It's permanent for tieflings for some reason. I guess because we're demon folk.
And Anda says, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And he says, you should probably keep those hidden like you were, though.
Okay. Well, I just want to show you this because, like, just as a sign of trust. I know you don't trust me, at least not yet, but this is the first time I'm showing anyone here since I got here, so yeah.
He says, I appreciate the show of faith and trust.
Oh, thanks. And that's pretty much it. All I wanted to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything?
Nope.
All right then.
Good.
All right. So you guys just do whatever, and eventually you're gonna have to decide if are you using the mansion down here? Are you doing it in front of these guys? Are you letting them in?
Johan is going to find a corner with hay and sleep in it.
Oh, okay. So not in the mansion.
Nope, he's not going to the mansion.
Okay then. Well, there are definitely piles of hay that you can find in the corner, so. But I do want to know whether guys are using the mansion, and if you are inviting them in, because. Yes. Yes, there's room.
So are we using the
I mean,
mansion?
I guess we're using the mansion. I mean, Carter, you used the mansion before. And you had your Pokemon.
All right then. Do you invite these people into the mansion?
I don't see why not.
Okay. So, you create the mansion, which fascinates them as they see this door appear. And you lead them inside, and they are absolutely blown away by the display of insane magic that is.
Also, I believe this is Sildafix's first time in the mansion too, so
Yes, it is.
You have Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion.
Who?
Yes.
The wizard who came up with this spell. How did you get your hands on his spell book?
I'm rich.
I mean, that's plausible.
Honey, I'm a noble from the Elven Kingdom. I have a lot of money.
Hey, that's not why you're rich.
No, that isn't. That's what I would tell everyone why.
All right, roll a
saying that is
deception.
pretty
Roll a deception on that blatant lie.
Deception, you say?
Yep.
Deception. That was a pretty blatant lie about how you're rich.
I mean, I don't think Zildavix is going to be able to.
Nope, not with that deception roll. I mean, you can try to roll insight if you think he's lying. I'll leave that up to you, or whether you just accept what he says. Yep, he's a rich ass
Shit.
noble. He's a rich elven noble. The lucky bugger.
Just going to, she has dedicated years of her life to arcane study. Going to sink down onto the, probably in a fancy chair, but still going to just, sink into it. Head
As
in
you-
hands.
As you do, one of the servants of the mansion walks over and holds out a cup of tea for you.
Just, still, blankly staring into the middle distance. Just reaches out, grabs the tea with a shaking hand, and drinks.
And
Oh,
and,
dude.
and while this reaction's going on, and you hear Andis say out loud, he actually says, maybe we will finally be able to do it. These guys seem pretty powerful.
Yeah, we've tussled with a few gods before.
I mean, we fought Empyreans, we fought dragons, we fought a lich, we fought undead.
Yeah, they're really in actual shock, more shocked than Seldafixes. They're just kind of standing there.
Oh yeah, we
Staring.
fought demons. We fought a bunch of other tieflings. There's one time we fought this one slod.
At this point, you guys can all see this because it's really obvious. These guys seem more hopeful, and so do the rest of the people here than they've ever seen. They looked before. You can see some hope on their faces that maybe they'll actually be able to free the people they care about.
I mean, we did free a bunch of slaves that were enslaved by humans in this one island that was anti-magic. So
Yeah, that was not a fun time.
And eventually, these people just go and sit down and on furniture because they're trying to take in the situation.
Quiet.
Anyone else have anything they want to say?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
So eventually you guys have the insane 9-course meal that's in there. And for some of these guys, it's the best food they've ever eaten.
I bet.
And they're certainly not used to eating 9-course meals. That's what that's something like an Efreet would eat. So yeah. And eventually, after eating, they go to rooms, and yeah. I will ask Sildafix, do you do anything beyond sit in that chair and sip tea?
I think she'll eventually like break out the spell books and prepare spells for tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Classic wizard. Alright then. Oh.
I have some ideas for some stuff I might want to use.
Well, now would be the time. You're doing that rest. Alright, if that's all then, you're able to rest and...
Just shifting some stuff about.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Alright. Alright then. Yes, so you adjust your spell book and everyone has a rest, and everything's kind of much better now, and in the morning you wake up, everyone's had a rest. If you have stuff that needs to recharge, like the Cube of Rubik's now has both of its charges back. It had one, now it's regained one, so it has both charges now, and stabs are, charged up. Sildafix, you were...
used any of my stabs yet.
Yeah, you haven't even had the chance to use those suckers, which you're thinking about, like, oh man, I still can't believe they just had these lying around. Like, you're really getting the feeling that these guys, like, that rich comment, it's like, you're wondering how rich they really are. Like, I know you saw the treasure hoard, but, like, is that all the money they have?
Kind of ignored the gold, though.
Yeah. Now that's really sinking in that, like, there was a lot of gold in that room, too. Like, probably, like, in comparison to the school you're from, like...
Yeah, no, now now she has thoughts of trying to ingratiate herself to these folks for some research grants.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you want to convince them to give you money, that's on you.
Well, it's just the thought for now.
Alright. So morning comes, and your guests in the mansion leave with you, and start preparing for the hopeful arrival of the Azure again. Hopefully he'll return today with one of those collars. And anything anyone of you wants to do in the morning, or do you want to try and just wait and see if he shows up?
Johan's gonna be doing something.
Yeah, Johan, you're the only one who didn't sleep in the mansion, so you had that room all to yourself all night.
He's used to sleeping on the ground. Or on
Yeah. Yeah. It was actually very quiet. The quietest it's been in a while. Kind of nice. Looking for local foods or trinkets. Well, you won't find any in this basement.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a we venture forth kind of thing.
Yes. You can choose to do that, but just to clarify, you won't find any of that stuff here. What's down here is the most basic stuff for them to hide out and survive.
I would excuse me. Sorry, I'm very tired today. I would recommend not going out on your own.
If he wants to, he can definitely choose to do that.
We're not saving you if you go out on your own.
Alright, Carter, so you have those words of warning. Do you go out on your own, or do you give up on your search? Oh, he's typing now.
I'm typing.
In the meantime, was there anything else anyone wanted to do, or just him?
Well,
Johan's just doing more scouting. Do you do another survival roll?
I mean, based on that last one, you probably get a pretty good gist of the area.
Okay. So again, the next thing we're gonna do is we might studying that brothel.
So you're gonna leave then?
Yeah.
Okay, so Johann leaves to go study the brothel.
Does anyone
We're-
see him leave?
I don't know how many
It's
people
a-
have true sight.
Okay, so you're going invisibly.
Well, whenever
Wait.
he's in shadows, he is invisible.
All right. Well, then here's what we're gonna do. Roll a
Is Dio
stealth
within 10
roll.
feet of me?
Roll a stealth roll. Yeah, and we're gonna see if anyone's passive perception is able to pick up.
Sure. So, because
I
I'm
mean, is he leaving while we're all still in the mansion?
That's a good question.
he would have left.
I can't see through invisibility. Shit.
He
Well,
would have
doesn't you can
left.
still you okay? So here's the thing. I'm going to be taking people's passive perceptions. If you have a way of seeing through the invisibility, I'm going to be modifying your passive perception. So it's going to be whether or not anyone can beat a 26.
Which site doesn't?
No, that's
If-
not.
No.
If he's within 10 feet of me, I have blind sense.
All right, that's pretty good. But you still got to beat a passive. Actually, do you even need to?
I don't know. Tell me.
Let me think about this for a second. Yeah, technically, if you're able to hear, you're aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creature. So yeah, okay. So Anthos knows you're leaving. Whether he says anything, that's up to him. But he does know.
Okay.
Remind me, what's Kieran's passive perception?
25.
20 somewhat.
Oh, 25. It's not quite good enough. So yeah, the only one who notices Johann leave is Anthos. Does Anthos say anything, or does he just let him go? This is important.
He's just gonna let him go.
Okay then. So
Yeah. When he's leaving, like he would have spent enough time to get like the benefit of a rest. Would everybody else be up and out of the mansion?
At the end of the rest period, no.
Then I guess he's gonna go and he's just gonna do some scouting.
Okay. So yeah, when you guys actually, then Anthos doesn't know. When you guys get up, Johann is just gone.
I mean, it's not like we ever really noticed him in the first place until we needed him.
Wow. Wow.
I take offense to
Hey, where
that.
did Pickle
I mean, he
go?
likes to stand in shadows, doesn't he?
Yes.
So,
Just assuming he's hiding in the
how you
shadows.
like exactly? We're just expecting he's hiding around here somewhere.
Yep.
All right. So Johann, you head off, and you go back to the brothel. Based on your, no, he didn't. So based on that, on that survival roller, you know how to get out and back. So you go up and you go back to the brothel, and
We're just looking to get it,
it's closed. It's closed because it's super early in the morning.
Okay. So we're just looking on the outside, like we're just trying to get a layout of all the buildings nearby. What would be like a good building to jump from one building to another without being detected? Maybe like just again.
Yeah. Okay. Just 1 sec. Considering you didn't know he left, it would be your passive, modified by me, and that's nowhere near 26. You don't roll when in a situation like this when you don't know someone's doing something. Yeah, that's
Oh.
the roll was 26. If I give you the bonus of an advantage on a passive, that gives you a total of a 20. A wolf does not notice. Anyway, so you notice that on either side of the brothel there are other tall buildings. One of them is basically what looks like a relatively meh inn, and then the other side it looks like there's some kind of multi-tiered restaurant.
Multi-restaurant.
Yep.
Do we see people going in and out of those restaurants / inns?
No, you see the restaurant is closed. You can see it's marked as such. It won't be open until like the afternoon. And in terms of the inn, there's nothing that says it's closed, but you don't see anyone come out. It is early in the morning, and you're not seeing anything.
Okay, so if it's early in the morning, my fish is randomly locked. we're gonna avoid that. And I
Now,
guess
eventually, actually, if you wait there long enough, you will see a handful of slaves come and go, carrying things like you see one carrying a bucket of water in, and then coming out with an empty one and going around back, and then coming back with a bucket of water, and then carrying inside, and then going around back with an empty one, repeating a trip.
Oh, okay. So there's a routine there.
Yes.
Okay. No. All right. I think we're good for now. We're gonna head back to the rest of.
Okay. We'll get back to you. Well, I'll let you know when you get back. Is anyone else doing anything in the morning?
He eats
Waiting for the
breakfast.
Oh, all right. Breakfast it is. So yes, mansion has more food. This time breakfast, 9-course breakfast meal. So that pretty much includes all breakfast foods that exist. So
That
yeah.
sounds good.
Name your breakfast food and you'll find it.
Do they
And then
have...
8 more courses of other stuff.
Wow, more courses. This could be the king.
That was the idea of the spell. All right. So, yeah. Well, if no one else has anything, or is there anyone else who's got something?
Yeah. Anybody gonna join me? Kind of lonely eating alone here.
Oh, Kanea is definitely joining you.
Yeah, I pictured that. Now I'm all right.
What?
I'm picturing you guys doing something like an eating contest or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right, if you're having an eating contest, then roll con saves for me to see
Alright.
who can stuff their face more.
Save.
Alright.
Well,
Ah!
Kopaka
Unlucky.
wins. He eats an insane amount of food, winning the competition.
Oh yeah.
Alright. You won
Don't
this
worry,
round.
better luck next
round.
time.
Sorry?
I was like, better luck next time, but at least we what should I say? At least we ate hearty, regardless.
Oh yes. Definitely.
Yeah.
Filtifix will have a light breakfast. Because
Yeah,
she's
you have
far-
breakfast seeing these two barbarians like having an eating contest, and you're sitting at the other end of the table eating a very light breakfast.
Yeah, I'm gonna be over there with some of the folks, just having the casual meal,
Casual.
You know,
because we're not.
some granola with some fruit.
Oh, you really are having a light breakfast.
I'm like a small, tiny half-elf man. I don't need that much food.
Yeah, you're seeing like stacks of pancakes disappear between the other two at the other end of the table. Like,
It's not so much that she's not interested in eating, it's that she's got like a notebook open and she's been making notes.
yeah, and you notice that as you're getting distracted and you go fairly long periods between taking a bite, you notice at some point one of the invisible servants starts spoon feeding you.
Yeah.
They do not, however, like move your chin so that to chew for you. You have to do that yourself.
What?
Oh no, like she definitely is chewing and swallowing. It's just
chew.
Yeah, every once in a while, it's like after a certain point, one of the servants realizes you're not
she
eating.
kind of just forgets that she has food.
Yeah, and you start getting spoon fed by one of the invisible servants.
She is 100% an expression of my hyper focus abilities.
Yes, but they don't actually say or make any sound. But yes, that's basically what they're doing. Alright then. So if that's all, the morning will start to come to a close when Johann returns. Does he return in like hidden? If so, I'll need another stealth check. Or does he return more openly?
We're going to.
God.
We're going to. We're gonna do it stealthily,
Okay.
and then as people are eating,
No, when you get back, the people are going to be done eating.
We'll be outside.
I just
fuck.
realized something.
I wanted to, as people were eating, I wanted to pickle onto Kopaka's plate.
Wow.
I'm afraid not. As funny as that would be, when you return, breakfast is over. But you return stealthily, so the only one who sees you at this time is Anthos. Does actually see you this time because he is out.
I just want to say I just realized that Zergath has 120 feet true sight, so
True sight isn't the same as blind sense, though. True sight gives him it
true
would
sight lets him see
invisible things, but it's also not just invisible; it's still stealth, right?
Oh,
So it would just mean that he would have, and he would be able to. I would give him advantage on the sight, so it would be his passive perception +5.
Ah, that's how
That's
that
a 24.
works. Okay, that's how you resolve that issue.
Yeah.
That's a 24
Okay,
then.
no.
Yeah, no. So now blind sense is different because that specifically says you know hidden odd, like you can't hide from blind sense.
Okay.
So yeah, Anthos sees Johann return. Whether or not he says, I'm gonna assume he's not gonna say anything. So Johann, you left and returned without anybody actually noticing, except for Anthos, and he doesn't say anything.
Yep.
So there it is. And you come back. Oh, and by the way, during breakfast Sildafix, you notice that the Caneloth that was interesting and weird before is no less interesting or weird as he's getting fed about the same amount of food as the other two at the end of the table are eating.
Taking notes.
We're at some point we're gonna feed Zargath a pickle. Don't know how. Don't know why. Maybe as we're waiting around, just a pickle just appears in front of Zargath.
Yeah, and he eats it. Yeah, he'll eat it. And then he'll start looking around and his tongues will start searching for more pickles.
Pickles!
We're going to. Where is Zargath sitting right now?
I'm gonna say he's just sitting out on the floor lounging as nothing's going on.
We're gonna drop a trail of pickles leading to Carter.
No.
Alright, do a sleight of hand so nobody sees you dropping these pickles there.
Okay, straight roll, right?
Straight roll. That's a really bad sleight of hand.
Yeah, well, I don't have my wobbles in Rogue yet, so...
No, so here's what happens. Here's what happens. Zergath eats the pickles but knows you're the one dropping them. So he eats the pickles and then he turns and his tongue start to search you for pickles.
We're gonna keep dropping Carter.
Alright. Well, he's seen through it, so he won't be tricked by Carter having the pickles, but he is eating a lot of pickles.
Nobody notice how he's eating pickles.
Oh, no, everyone definitely sees. With a sleight of hand of 10, pretty much everybody's going to see that, I think. Unless you have a passive perception less than 10, in which case you don't, but most people will.
Or otherwise distracted.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sildafix wouldn't notice.
Wait, but she's the one taking notes about the Caneloth. She's observing the Caneloth.
Well, no, she basically wrote likes pickles and then got distracted by something else.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Fun fact: my passive is 9.
Oh, you actually don't see it.
Jesus, what's the... For it to be 9, that means you have a wisdom score of 8?
9. It's -1.
Oh, okay, that's why.
That's what I said.
God.
Yeah, so the only way you have a passive lower than 10 is if you have a negative wisdom score.
Which I do.
He stacked up all of his charisma.
I really did.
Did.
Also,
Jeez,
his
almost like
strength.
your charisma caster.
Don't forget his strength stat. That was
That was
Good.
even worse.
I was gonna say that was stacked through the roof. So yes.
Like my strength is naturally at 7.
Yes. But it's better now.
Oh my god, a 7. Oh jeez.
Yeah, but thanks to Fable and Jewel, his strength isn't quite so bad now.
He's still a toothpick.
Yeah, he is.
Pretty much.
Alright, anyways, so
Yeah, so-
inside.
Morning comes and goes, and it's it's like 1 o'clock-ish when eventually the Azure does return, and in his hands he has one of these collars.
Ooh. I know someone's going to be rushing right for that.
Yeah. So Silderfix, you're actually engrossed in whatever
Eagerness.
you're doing before he returns, and you're going to be the last person to even notice this is going on. Everyone else, you see it first. Even with
no.
even with a passive perception of only 9, you see it.
I'm gonna head over there and look at it.
Yeah. So it's as described. It's a collar. However, on the inside, there seems to be a lot of different runes carved in a variety of different languages. Many of which you don't recognize the characters for, because it's Ignan, so you wouldn't know that.
I'm gonna use my Eldritch Sight to see what kind of magic.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of magic. Enchantment, I'm gonna say abjuration and I wanna say I'm gonna say conjuration for now until I double check something.
Okay, I'm gonna say all this out loud.
So there you go. Yeah. So, eventually, Silderfix, you realize that everyone is over there looking at this thing, and it's there. The thing you were so impatiently waiting for has arrived.
She runs over and just. Is it like is someone holding on to it, or is it like sitting on a table kind of thing?
I'm gonna say it's sitting on a table.
She runs over, sweeps it off the table from from inside her robes, pulls off a pair of like glasses, but like they with like the really fine like she's pulling out like the jeweler's tool, like the jeweler's things to look at the runes and things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. Roll me an Arcana check.
The kind of magic it's coming from, would that help her give advantage?
I will modify the DC because she still doesn't. She's not going to be familiar with Ignan stuff.
Okay.
Wow. All right. Well, that's gonna do it.
Damn.
That's a 29.
This is what I built her for.
God damn.
Yeah.
Arcane mysteries?
Yeah. So you get lost in the research, but you learn quite a bit. So yeah, it's exactly as stated. So
Just
these
scribbling
collars do.
notes.
Yeah. So each of these, like, there's basically like a whole bunch of sets of like 3 runes, each of a different language and each of a different purpose, and each of these little sets manifests one of the effects of the collar. So there's a set that does the being able to listen in, and then there's the set that's going to be able to do the location tracking, and the set that activates and kills the person if it's tampered with, or if it's remotely activated because they decide to just kill the person. And there's a set that seals magic of the user, and there's a set that that adjusts the size of the collar so that it's always tight on the person, and so very on and on and on and on with all these different effects. And you realize, though, that while these runes are carved, they're not actually activated. None of this is an innate one with no magic, none of the magic's been activated in it.
Mm-hmm.
And you also glean that the collar alone, even if you were to put this on right now, would do nothing, because it needs to be, until it's activated, you could put it on and take it off.
If there is a means to activate it, then there is a means to deactivate it.
Yeah, and you see that there is 2 sets of runes, one for activation, and theoretically, if the same person who had it activated were to use the other set, would deactivate it.
So it's how do we spoof the deactivation?
You'd have to spoof the magic of the person who did it perfectly. No simple task.
Difficult, but not impossible.
Yes. You also see the runes, the runes that cause the strengthening of the already very sturdy materials, and
Like,
basically confirming that
she has no idea if she actually knows if it's possible, but she's assuming it's possible because magic.
yeah.
Basically.
Everything is possible with magic.
So this is a crazy artifact that's been manufactured, and you could whoever makes these are quite the craftsmen.
Yeah. She kind of wishes she hadn't skipped her artificer classes. But at the same time, she's still making notes and diagrams. She probably couldn't make one herself.
No,
But if she went
definitely
to
not.
an artificer, they could use these notes to possibly create one.
Maybe. Yeah. This is assuming they also had the materials. You're not sure what the materials are of because that's not your specialty, but yeah, they're definitely insanely sturdy, whatever it is. And you also, actually, I will say, you also definitely sense innate energies of this plane involved somewhere in there. You can feel it. Trying to think if there's anything else you would learn from that.
I think she is going to now focus on her attentions are going to probably shift towards
Oh, actually, there is one more thing that they didn't even know about, which is that there's also runes that basically mimic the Zone of Truth. So if you're wearing that, you can't lie if it's activated.
Interesting.
So it's up to you guys what you do with this information.
Well, we're going to start figuring out how we can, like you said, reverse engineer it to get them off.
Now it's a matter of magical spoofing, spoofing the.
Well, at this point, you've got you
activation.
know of 3 ways that could definitely get it off. One, there's the physical, trying to physically break it. Difficult, but possible. Then there's the spoofing, and technically, based on that, you could also, the person who did it could actually be at, if you could convince them, they theoretically could undo it as well that way. I mean, they'd have to choose to undo it, but they could do that if you could somehow make them or convince them or whatnot. So that's another.
But that would require basically
require bargaining with an Ifrit.
That would.
Or forcing whoever owns the slave to. Which I don't think we want to necessarily do with every single slave that we're trying to free. Because I feel like we're probably going to help these people free their various loved ones.
Well, that's up to you. But presumably you kind of agreed to help at least these tieflings here.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, it would just be very well. Also, just think of the possibilities of increasing the amount of data.
What?
Yeah, so
It's
if no one else is, yeah.
It's one thing to use theory. It is wholly another to put it into practice and then have it a repeatable experiment.
Zilvix, you're realizing that the rest of these guys aren't nearly as interested in research and theories and practical studies as you are.
But how can they not be?
There's other things we're interested in.
Well, technically, Shiva likes learning, so I'd say that she would be interested.
Oh, that's a fun rabbit hole to go down to. All right. Anyway, so you've gathered all this information. It's now, and the Andis asks if you've figured out some way of using this, what you gained from this collar, to help.
Well, there are 3 ways that I've determined. So you actually, I think did you only mention 2 or 3?
No,
I
3.
mentioned
There
the
was.
one.
Yeah.
There's the
The ads are only
you
mentioned
can
one way.
physically break the collar,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was his way.
which has a whole lot of problems. You can try to spoof the magic of the person who holds who activated the collar to deactivate it. Or, and this is the tricky one, you could try to force the person who has the collar, who owns the collar, to willingly deactivate it.
Oh, hang on. What was your Arcana check again?
It was a 29.
All right, actually, there is one other thing you learned, and that
Oh.
this collar has a seam in it because it isn't open. And theoretically, this is far beyond your realm's expertise. If something has a seam or lock, maybe it can be picked or broken or something.
There is, and there, okay, also, there is some kind of locking mechanism. I can't determine its exact makeup, or
Let Anthos look at that.
it is possibly mechanical in nature, possibly both mechanical and magical in nature.
Give here.
I will hand it off to the skilled individual who's offering.
Let me see. What check do I want for this? I'm gonna take.
Can I assist with Arcana?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it's Arcana, but I will give him advantage on it because you're giving him. I think I'm gonna have him do a straight. I'm gonna have him do straight intelligence, and I'll give him advantage on this because you're helping him.
Let's try again. 2 rolls. Better.
That's a lot better. Yeah, so there's definitely some kind of magical locking mechanism. It'd be pretty tough to disarm it, but if there's a lock, it can be picked.
There's a lock. I can use the knot. That's for doors. Or is it?
I like that. It rhymes. I like that.
Is it a magical lock?
It's definitely a magical lock.
So I can't pick it, is what you're saying?
Not with mundane thieves' tools, anyway, but there is a magical lock on there for sure.
Wait, I have to ask a question.
Huh?
You said that you cannot lockpick a magical lock with mundane lockpicking items, correct?
Yeah.
But what if the lockpicking tools were themselves magical or magic infused, such as various kits that Corbel made over the however long the campaign has been going on for? I don't know how much.
Generally, you need a magic spell to open a magic lock.
It's not like a physical lock. It's more like a sigil.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Clarifying.
There's nothing to pick.
Yeah, it really, but it's technically a lock, and his familiarity with lock means that you can quote-unquote pick any lock, right? It's just in this case, to pick a magical lock, you need a magical thing.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, that's...
I don't know if
okay.
the doorknob would work. The doorknob is just for
But
doors,
here's
right?
the question. Does picking the lock and opening the collar result in triggering the alert?
I'm gonna say, based on that thing, it would, there's a chance if it wasn't done really well, it could trigger the stuff on it. But if done really, really well, it would probably fall off and render it, unable to harm the person.
So there is a possibility that it can. There is another option.
Yeah, but just like with anything,
Probably
removing it would draw the attention of an Ifrit, for sure.
Yeah, but if we can disarm the lock, it's possible to avoid that particular booby trap.
Yep. So those are your options.
Oh, I have ideas.
And Andis says, that's a lot of useful information. It really was good. And he thanks the Azure for bringing the lock. And he tells him he should return so he doesn't get noticed as missing. And to take the collar back because they might notice that missing too.
It would only be a matter of time before whoever owns the lock, whoever owns the collar, notices something is amiss after it's been disconnected.
Pretty much.
What if it was disconnected and then quickly reconnected on something else?
Now, technically, as long as the magic for location detecting is active, they wouldn't notice anything, and you would know that too.
Possible to switch.
From the slave to, say,
Frog, perhaps?
or some other animal that could then be left to its own devices in the city until that would give considerable time for making an escape from this plane, and then, before Ifrits go on lockdown.
Actually, sorry, that reminds me. Yes, there was one other thing. It won't. The collars won't do anything unless put on a living creature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a loaf of bread would not work.
That's why I did say animal.
Yeah, but Carter suggested a loaf of bread, so I'm just clarifying. You guys would know that it wouldn't work on a loaf of bread.
So we would need to find an animal of sufficient size that you could attack.
Remember, the collar adjusts to fit the creature that it's being placed upon.
Have we seen any animals so far in this realm?
They're specific ID, but they're not tailor-made, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Question, DM.
Yes.
Have we seen that many animals wandering around the city?
You haven't gone to the market area, but you have seen salamanders.
Okay.
How big are they?
They're pretty big. You've seen 2 different types of salamanders. So you've seen.
Is we buy a bunch of salamanders.
Oh god.
No, these aren't regular salamanders. Like, these are the snaky, monstery kind of salamander.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Buy a bunch of salamanders.
You can't buy them, but you do notice that. Okay, so here, let me just post the image of the one type, which are quite the thing. You've seen Azers riding these guys.
Well, I mean, we can see what's in the market, and
you've seen guys riding these.
Oh, red. Yeah, no, that's not the kind of salamander, unfortunately.
And you've seen them riding on the backs of, riding on the backs and patrolling with these guys.
But we could see what the market might have.
Wait, that's a salamander in 5 years.
That's a frost salamander. This is a regular salamander.
That thing is that thing sentient?
Quite possibly, yes.
I believe so.
In which case, we should maybe use a non-sentient.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's livestock of some kind here at the market.
Well, you haven't looked in the market, but yes, you do see those other salamanders. You see Azar running around riding them.
Well, that would seem to be our potential next step, is exploring the market and seeing what animals are available.
All right, then. So the Azar leaves with the collar, and the tieflings, Andis and Karen, choose to stay here while they have some ideas of their own, and they're going to fill everyone here in on what they've learned, which is a lot, thanks to your help. And you guys are free to do what you want. So are all of you going to the market, or just some of you going? The city is yours to explore.
I mean, I'll certainly go.
I think
I will say one thing, and this is, I will remind Sombra of the conversation with Crag. So, in the case of his father, Connacht, he is held as basically a public service, so to speak. So anyone can go visit him and get a story. So you could technically go talk to him.
Maybe I'll leave that to someone else. I don't
The good
know
news
if I want to
is,
see him
after all,
right now.
Right. So I'm just letting you know that technically you can like that palace is accessible to the public as a show power display of wealth and that kind of stuff.
If
I
that
mean, I'd
palace
certainly be
is
open to someone going to see him, but I don't know
if that
I'm too
palace
keen
is
on.
open to the public, Johan would be scouting it out. And if it's open to the public, he would be interested in scouting it out in a non-stealthy way.
Okay then.
I'm just trying to find my water bottle, but I'll be back.
Okay, we'll get back to you then. So who's going to the market then?
Might as well join.
Ildefix will go to the market. She
Yes,
wants
I'll
to
go to the
explore
markets
these
because
potential
I
creatures.
have the charisma.
I'll go to the market, see what's local, see what other drinks and food they have. And perhaps go to a local tavern, see if they hear anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. Let me just clarify. Where is everyone else going? I just want to know where everyone is because this is going to be important.
I said I'm gonna go to the market.
I know you are, but I got to know the rest of the group.
Oh.
well, Carter, Sombra, still the fix. They say they're going to market with Kapaka.
Yep.
We're going to the market.
Okay. So Kieran and Anthos are also going to the market. What about you, Ida? Where are you gonna go?
Jeez.
You're close.
Gotta decide what your characters are doing.
Johan is like scouting out the place already, right? So he's doing. I mean, he's like, is he going to see the story personally?
Yep. We are literally going to go there, and in broad daylight, so to speak, and we're going to go there and get a story, because it'd be suspicious if we didn't go there and ask for a story. And we're going to use that as an excuse to find out about the place. What's going on there? What's the layout like?
Sorry, my internet cut out, so I have no idea what was said the last 30 seconds or so. So I never heard what Ida decided.
I mean, I guess I was thinking maybe like Shiva could go and get a story.
Then get a story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Story time.
As for Kanea, I guess she'll go to the market too.
Okay, and what are you doing with Zergath?
Well, what the heck was that?
That.
Huh?
Does Zergiath stand out too much?
In this city, actually, he doesn't.
No, I guess Zergath will have to come with me then.
You do see the occasional demon and whatnot, so you've seen some Caneloths in the city.
Okay. Well, okay, so yeah, then that's what I'll do then. Zergath can come.
Okay. So then what we'll do is we'll start with the market group, and then we'll go to the people going to the palace. So, first, you guys, you go to the market, and man, is this busy. Maybe the busiest market you've ever seen. However, you notice that a lot of the time, there's not like goods and animals like in a regular market. There's a lot of demons, and you see there's a lot of demons coming and going and bringing either living beings or what looks like pieces of paper that they're getting signed with blood, and they're going back and forth from this gigantic red portal in the center of the market.
Yeah, we're gonna stay away from that.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you. So, however, you do see people making deals, and you see lots of, even in the alleyways, have people making deals. So this area is absolutely very abundant with activity. Let me think. Okay, so in terms of actual animals and things, you do see very occasionally more mundane stuff being traded, and you do see a handful of more basic animals. Like every once in a while, you see something like a cow or a chicken or whatever, or some kind of. A lot of the time, you're seeing more like monstrous beasts. Like you see, I'm gonna say you see, what is it called? It's called. You see Remoraz. You see a cave fisher. You see an umber hulk. You see things like that.
Okay, well, I
Being
imagine the
traded.
smaller the better, so we're gonna look at the chickens first, probably.
There are a handful of regular chickens.
Chickens.
Oh, Remoraz, I remember.
Chickens.
Mass.
Yes, Remoraz, otherwise known as the fire centipede.
But yeah, Who's the chicken?
I'd say we should burn it to death, but I feel that feels kind of.
I will say there's definitely a variety of interesting creatures coming like in cages and whatnot and being traded, and yes, and price wise they're not even that crazy. Like for you guys, it's like, oh, is that all the money? Except for people that take one of two things: they either take gold or they're trading souls. You notice that, and that's where those slips of paper come in.
How many of the beasts that they're selling are like smaller?
Not that many are small. Most of them are larger creatures. You do see like you also see some other things, like you see some fae being sold. You see some blink dogs as an example. You see a fairy in a cage that's being
Aw.
sold.
Okay,
Oh,
you're not here, Shiva.
I know.
Yeah, I think we're gonna stick to the non-sentient. Lower the intelligence, the better.
All right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So how about them chickens?
Yeah, they're a
About
regular.
them
Yeah,
chickens.
they're chickens. And I mean, they're offering like definitely outrageous prices for chickens, considering the locale. There's all these extra charges and whatnot. But for you guys, it's nothing. Like they're asking a single gold per chicken.
Seems fine to me. And buy all the chickens.
Damn
All right,
chickens.
you buy all the chickens they have. There's like you buy like 7 chickens because that's all they've got.
Cool.
Chicken. Don't count your chickens just yet.
These are not for eating, by the way.
Curses.
um, Carter, you see all sorts of creatures you've never seen before, and your
Oh, no.
itch to catch them all
Ah,
comes up.
Oh no.
Oh no.
don't do it.
Hold up. Let me just pull them back a bit.
He's not trying. If he's not trying, you don't have to roll for it, okay?
That's fine. Kopaka is ready to grab Carter if he does something stupid.
So Carter
Attaboy.
did something stupid.
Attaboy, Kopaka.
Yeah. All right.
Just in case.
Oh, yeah. So you see, yeah. And Kopaka, because you mentioned you were specifically the one. You see the single only tavern you notice in the entire market district, and it's near the center, and it is filled with demons drinking some kind of black liquid. Looks gooey.
Black Wicked looks gooey. Alright. Am I in the tavern or I just see it?
You see it.
Oh, okay.
Remember,
So,
you're in disguise.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
you're not actually.
Oh.
You can't do any big movements because we don't want to reveal the fact that you're Dragonborn.
Yeah. But do you think we could just like stroll in there? But we don't have to do anything, but we could just hear overhearing rumors. We'll just ask around.
Yeah,
If
you
you
can
wish
do that
to
if you want.
try.
Alright.
Remember.
I can't do most of the talking, actually. I'm gonna have to leave that to Carter. Because I am
Oh
his
wait,
slave. I am his
wait.
disguised slave, remember?
I just realized both Johan and Shiva are not here.
Yeah.
I think Evo gets it.
I don't get it.
He's thinking of the fact that they generally speak in Infernal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
none of
we
us
don't
here
speak
know how to
Infernal.
speak
Oh,
Infernal now.
Oh,
None of us speak
shit.
Infernal.
Speak Infernal.
Oh shit. Okay, this is bad.
Yeah, you managed to muddle your way through the transaction with the chicken because you they use hand signs to be like, it's 1 gold. And you're like, yeah, okay, and you hand them the gold and you take the chickens. But yeah, you're realizing that not having someone who can speak Infernal is definitely, yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't
Shit.
think we
Oh
can do
god.
a lot of information gathering right now.
Yeah, so much for that one. Oh well.
How
Alright.
many chickens did we get?
7.
Why do we need
7
chickens again?
How
To
many
transfer the collars onto.
people slash how many slaves are we trying to free? Do we have an
You-
actual head count?
No one actually asked, so no.
I mean,
So
we know
let's
there's a
get
minimum
more
of 2.
creatures,
I
just
assume there's
in
more than that,
case.
but we know
There's
we
definitely more than 2.
Let's try to get some more just in case.
we
Not
see any other small creatures around?
There's a single solitary rat being sold. However, this rat talks a lot, incessantly, in fact,
In what language?
in common,
What's it saying?
telling you that it's a magic rat and you should buy him and he'll help keep you safe. And he knows all sorts of great stuff. And definitely don't eat him.
I have an idea. This is an above table idea. What if we swap Sombra's dad with the rat?
Oh my god.
This is
Yeah,
a
I thought just they
purely
can
above
make it
table
noticed much
mischievous
more
idea.
easily.
Oh, Carter says he wants to buy the rat. Oh, there it is. All right. So you reach down and you talk to the rat, and as you're talking to him, it's a demon who like pulls the rat back, and he's like, whoa, 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 and he sees you speak in common, so he actually does speak in common to you. And he says, hang on, you can't talk to my rat. You have to buy him first. And he says, the price is real cheap, just 2 souls.
We don't have any souls.
Yeah, we don't deal in that currency.
But that's what the price is.
The only price.
Yep. This is
Ah,
a demon.
jeez.
Don't expect them to want gold. They want souls.
Yeah.
And he says, I don't want gold. I don't need gold. What I want is souls. And he says, yours looks like it'd be a good fit. How about it? Your soul for this mouse. Or rat or whatever. And you can already see he's got like paper that he's starting to roll out
Oh
for you to
god.
sign.
Do not sell your soul.
Especially not for a rat.
A magic rat.
I feel like this is a trick. I feel like the rat's not actually magic.
Oh.
Well, if you have my soul, then how will I enjoy the rat?
He says, well, that's for you to decide. I'm not going to tell you how to do your business.
Yeah, it basically means they drag you to hell and make you suffer and make you basically soul currency.
He says,
into
how's
hell.
this? I'll delay the collection of your soul for 5 years.
What?
Yeah.
The number of years that the war is gonna happen.
Make that 100 years. He says, you know what? I'm a patient guy. 100 years isn't anything to me. He says, all right, I will wait 100 years to collect your soul. And he holds out the paper to you. Do you sign it?
Will it make him a Ghost Rider? Which actually wouldn't be that
Is there
bad.
anybody near him?
Most people who sell their souls just become
I don't know.
Is there
soul
anybody
currency.
near Carter?
I'm presuming you guys are still within sight.
I'm probably not paying attention.
You gonna stop him from signing this paper?
Oh no, I'm not looking at Carter,
Oh, alright, alright.
so I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah,
Oh, I know what
Kanea
he's doing.
distracted too.
Life is good, but it could be better.
I used paper to hide a Pokeball. Roll sleight of hand. I'm not sure what you're up to, but roll sleight of hand.
This is gonna be such a clusterfuck.
Are we letting him do this?
No,
I don't know him well
We're just
enough to
gonna
know he's
pretend
such
we don't-
an idiot.
What's he doing?
He's
Being an idiot.
he's good. He's trying to make a deal with the devil. A demon to get a magic rat. And he's-
Kopaka! This is your time to shine!
Wait, hold on. I already got like that.
We'll use your athletics roll for
Yeah,
that.
I already have that. Yeah. So
Yeah, alright. So you see Carter doing this, and Carter, as you're trying to do this, you get grabbed by the back of the collar and literally picked up by Kopaka as he's like, we're not interested, and he starts dragging you away.
yeah, we're not interested. Come
So
on.
roll that sleight of hand again, because it's a disadvantage because of the interference of Kopaka, because as far as they're concerned, you were about to sell your soul.
Yeah. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, no, there's even.
So that falls blatantly and lands on the guy's table, and he sees it, and he's like, "Oh, thanks for the gift," and he puts it on display and puts a sign next to it that says "1 soul." Weird ball thing.
Oh.
Oh no.
Who's in that Pokeball?
No one. It's an empty one.
Okay.
He was trying to.
Yeah.
He was trying to catch the rat in the Pokeball.
Oh god. No time
Right
for that.
in front of the.
Oh yes.
So Sildifix will approach Carter.
No, don't worry. I shall carry my master on my shoulder. He's tired of walking. And I look at him. Isn't he?
Like she's still going to walk up to him.
Attaboy.
She's still going to walk up to Carter.
Onwards, good
the-
steed. Yeah. Yes, master. Don't enjoy this for long.
Anyway, still to fix.
Yeah, Sildifix is just going to look at Carter, ask, "Did you honestly just try to steal from a demon? You are not a very intelligent man."
But life is good. But it can be better. Oh, that's stuck in my head.
Hey, Kopaka, I'm giving you inspiration for saving one of your party members from making a very dumb decision.
Oh, I get inspiration. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Sildifix,
So I'll remind you what that
seeing
is. So
herself now as the most intelligent person in the room.
Not a very
hang
high bar.
on, just a sec. So Kopaka, inspiration means that at a time of your choosing, when you roll a dice, if you tell me you're using your inspiration, you will be able to roll it with advantage.
Oh. How many do I have left? I remember I had
One.
one before.
Yeah, but if you didn't use it, it kind of goes away. So
Aw, I thought I.
yeah,
Oh.
no, afraid not. So just remember, if at some point today when you roll a dice, a d20, and you want to have advantage, and you don't have advantage, let me know.
Okay.
All right, back to Sildifix. What were you saying now?
Seeing that she now feels like she is the only adult in the room.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Wow.
I mean, among those two,
Sildifix is
yeah.
going to now try to take the lead on the animal acquisitions.
Animals. Disgusting.
So,
And I will say, hang on, just one more thing. Anyone with a passive perception number 20 does hear the rat talk to the demon, be like, "I thought I was gonna get bought. Darn."
Nope.
The rat speaks. The little
Well-
Skaven speaks.
Well, I
Oh,
mean, if you
on.
have 20 or higher in your passive perception,
Uh,
you'd know.
Skaven.
yeah, my passive perception ain't that high.
Nope.
In any case, Sildifix is going to try to look for animals on sale that don't cost souls.
Yeah, there are some that there are no more mundane animals, but there are creatures. For example, an Umber Hulk is a modest 100 gold.
How big is it though?
It's an Umber Hulk, so it's pretty freaking huge. It's in a big ass cage.
Yeah.
Hulk is its last name, so anything smaller, easier to carry / conceal.
Nope.
What I was already
afraid
looking
not.
for.
No, that's it. You got the only small animals there are, Everything else is like creatures that are larger.
They're chickens?
like
All the small
larger
animals
than a
except for
human
that
or
rat.
larger in general?
Larger than humans. And some are quite large.
Okay, are there any that are docile?
I mean, the Umber Hulk looks decently docile, locked up in that cage.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like cage equals probably shouldn't try to walk it through the streets.
Let me see.
Someone might notice.
Actually, that wouldn't be that weird. You've seen this kind of stuff in this city. That wouldn't be that strange. However, let me think. Docile. I guess there is a single solitary horse.
Yes,
That's
that'll
for sale
work.
for like 50 gold.
Zildafix's eyes kind of go a little wide at the horse.
Oh no.
How's the horse? Is it in good care?
Roll an animal handling check to see if you can figure out how this animal is.
She's only ever read about horses.
No.
Really?
Yeah, roll animal handling with disadvantage because of lack of knowledge on horses.
Do you want my help?
No, I want this. I want to see how bad this goes.
3.
Pretty bad.
Nice.
That's a pretty
bad.
looking horse.
It's a very pretty looking horse.
I want the horse.
Can I look at the horse?
You can absolutely look at the horse.
Can Carter look at the horse?
Do I notice Siltafix having this kind of like schoolgirl reaction?
What's your passive perception?
Not
9?
high.
Then no, you don't.
Mine's like
Mine's
45.
19.
It's not quite
Yeah, Kieran
schoolgirl,
notices.
It's just like the very wide-eyed, like, oh, you are the most beautiful and majestic creature I have ever seen.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kieran, I'm not even gonna make you roll this. You can tell this horse has been extremely poorly treated. It is in not good condition. It looks like it's lame, actually.
I
And you
mean,
wanted 50 gold for this?
Yep. 50 gold for a lame horse.
passive perception of 19. Do I notice this going on too?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
You notice. However, you are still in the hands of Kopaka. So
I'm
unless
on
he
his
lets you,
shoulder at this moment, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that you're in his control though, and unless he lets you go, you're not going, or you have to
You're
contest
not
him
catching
with
the
strength.
lame horse. Come on.
Can I like? I'm gonna try and barter with him.
All right, roll persuasion and try and convince him to lower his price of 50 gold.
You speak his language?
This guy speaks common,
Oh,
and
alright.
however, with a 9, he is not going to lower his price.
All right.
Okay. Hey, what?
50 gold.
You walk away, and I'll make a try. Just so
It's
it doesn't
just
look
a
like we're
show.
part of the same group.
It's just 50 gold. It's not the end of the
Alright,
world.
Crap ton of gold. What's 50 gold, man?
I'll just get the horse.
It's the principle of the thing.
Aaron lets go of his principles because he's a good guy, and he buys the lame horse. Because in the end, it's basically nothing to you guys. So, you have a lame horse now.
Okay, so that brings us to 8 creatures.
Yep.
If you don't mind, I do think I can help out with trying to bring up this horse a little bit better.
If
you don't mind.
It won't be hard. It's not gonna be hard.
Now here's the question.
What's the question?
Do summoned creatures still count?
Oh my god, you want to put it on the vulture? I'm going to say, based on that 29 Arcana check, that yeah, technically it would work. It would no longer be able to be, like, to teleport or be unsummoned, so if you put that on that vulture, he's stuck here.
Oh
my god.
It's a matter of how willing he would go.
Way to get rid of your familiar.
Swap him for Sombra's dad.
He is very dramatic.
Leave the annoying dramatic
to be the one telling
Yeah.
the stories. Anyway, so you don't know how many you need, but you do see other creatures for sale. Nothing mundane now. It's just things like Umbra Hulks and cave fishers, and there's a basilisk, and let me look.
I don't know. It's more or less like, what can we get that we can keep in a relatively low profile place until we can make the swaps?
Well,
I think we may have exhausted everything they've got.
At least everything they've got that would suit that particular purpose. Obviously, we can't do a broad daylight switcheroo.
oh, actually, sorry, there are a couple more things. There is a, there's what is it? There's a jar that is advertised as having an ooze in it. There is something called, you guys have never seen it, but it's here. I'll post what it looks like. Hang on. All right, I'm looking at my notes of all the other stuff I wrote was here. Hang on. There's one of these guys.
The thought of dropping the collar into the jar of ooze.
Don't think that'll go over
Interesting
that
thought.
well.
Yeah.
Just
there's also a and it was, what was it? It was hang on, I've got it written down. Oh, there was also there's also a mimic. Yes.
What is it mimicking?
Right now, it's mimicking a jar.
I mean, mimics are creatures.
Yep.
So
if we got the mimic to mimic something a little bigger and then put the collar on the mimic, then when they come to collect,
yeah,
I mean, it
collar.
Oh, sorry, and there's one more thing. Hang on.
How tame does the mimic look?
How tame? Well, it's a jar, but it's a jar in a cage. So that will be your answer.
I know
There's
someone
also
who likes
one of these
collecting
guys.
those.
There's also one of these guys.
I know someone who likes. They're not.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
How big is that? Like relative to?
Let me tell you. Hang on. Let me tell you its size. It is it is large. So like the size of an ogre kind of thing. Pretty big.
So we're probably not sneaking that thing into the catacombs where we're hiding currently.
Oh.
I'm just picturing if Jazdero were here.
All right. How much is the mimic?
You see that the guy selling the mimic only has 2 fingers on one of his hands, so he's selling it for a discount. He's selling it for 10 gold.
That's a steal.
That's a big steal.
You know what? Sure. I'll buy the mimic.
Okay, you've got a jar mimic now.
Is it inside a jar?
It's inside a cage, and as soon as you pick it up, though, you see the mimic be like and like wiggle in there and like make a sound.
Oh, look, it hates.
As long as it can't bite me from in there, it's fine.
No, the cage. You notice that this cage is like very narrow gaps, so you can almost barely see into it. It's got so thick on the bars on it. So yeah, you see that like one of its proboscises or tentacles or whatever they have try to reach out and it hits the side of the cage, and you can see it be like. Eh.
All Well, I'll hold on to it for now.
Yeah. So, Kanea, you went off on your own?
She's wandering around.
Okay, on your own then. So, while you're wandering around, you see... Hang on. Let me just grab the artwork. You see... hang on, you find... Hang on, where is it? You see in a gargantuan cage, here it is, you see this. You see this guy in a cage. You've never seen a creature this large before, and you see this thing in a gargantuan, massive cage.
Holy shit.
What is that?
That looks like a flying hydra.
King Ghidorah?
Is this like Tiamat Jr.?
So you see that, and you see a lot of people gawking at it, and you see they're a demon in like a classic con man's outfit, and he's like fast talking, and he's talking about the greatness of this creature and why you should come see his circus show.
Oh my god.
Well, step right up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the fast-talking vaudeville huckster.
Yes, exactly.
I'm picturing Varric from Cora.
Yeah. And anyway, so you see this guy talking about this and how this creature is the star attraction of the show. And he says, the great and powerful Draco Hydra.
Why is that a thing?
Because why not?
Who thought that would be a good idea?
I
Wizard did it.
I can't tell if he's lying.
Wizard did it.
Yes, a wizard did it. Yes, that makes sense. Why would a wizard think that would be a good idea as a completely different one?
A wizard
You're
did
not
it,
there,
but not
Carter.
this wizard.
I thought it was on top of Kopaka's arms.
Yeah, but you're not there.
Oh, okay.
This is Kanea one off on her own wandering around.
Okay.
So Kanea is the only one seeing this thing. Yes. So there apparently is a circus in town. And yes, and this is supposedly the star attraction.
That is
And
freaking huge.
yeah. It's like a dragon, but it's got 5 heads, and it's huge.
I think that's 6 heads, actually.
Yeah,
You're right,
there's
yeah. Yeah, it's true. 6 heads.
How does one have so many heads? Big dragon. What is
Yes,
this?
and because you are tall, the huckster points you out and says, you know what? I've chosen you. Here you go. Have a free ticket to the show. Bring your friends. Bring your family.
Oh my god.
Go see my show.
Oh, okay. Thank you. What's on the ticket?
It says admittance 1.
Can she read it? Is it infernal?
Oh, actually, you're right. Technically, it is an infernal, so... Has the number 1 on it. Oh, wait, no, that's infernal too. So, yeah, just can't read what it says. But he gave you a ticket.
For some odd reason, that
Is he even speaking in common, or is he even speaking in infernal?
No, he's speaking in common, so he can speak to the whole crowd.
For one person or one group?
It does. You can't tell. It doesn't actually have it. I said it had a 1, but then I realized that would be an infernal too, so it doesn't even have a 1 on it. It just he gives you a ticket.
Okay.
Got all kinds of scribblies on it.
Yeah,
on it.
It's got scribbles on it.
Some of them look like people on fire.
That is actually what infernal looks like.
Thank you. What is circus?
And he says, "Oh, a circus." He says it's a show where we put on a variety of different things for you to gawk and be amazed by, and you give us money for a ticket.
Oh. what this is. Oh, well, thank you.
And he says, "I look forward to seeing you at the show." And then when he says that, he's saying that to everyone, and he bows, and then he pulls a thing, and like a curtain goes over the cage and hides the Draco Hydra, and he like steps he kind of steps behind the cage, and then eventually like it starts to get dragged away by like a huge like wagon.
Okay, well, I guess since he's done, I'll just immediately rush to the group. I will find them, right?
Uh-huh. You can
Okay.
find them, yeah.
Okay, so you basically see a tall Goliath woman rushing towards you guys. And, hey guys, I got something.
What'd you get?
I got a ticket for circus. It's
Why?
this Steven guy. He had big dragon with 6 heads, and he says there's circus. He gave me free ticket. I don't know what's on it. It's all scribbly.
Can anyone here read Infernal?
Nope.
Yeah, anyway,
all the Infernal people are gone.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, nobody.
No, he gave me free ticket. I don't know what circus. He says circus is like place you go that has a show with creatures and acts or whatever that is. He gave me free
Yeah, it's an
ticket.
entertainment venue.
You think we should go? Oh wait, we have.
Rather not.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
I think we have more important things to do.
Oh, right.
By the way, speaking of important things, look at this horse.
My horse
How is that
is
important?
amazing.
I was thinking that too.
Pretty horse.
Is it going to be easy to get
21.
that down to the base?
No, it's not. So that'll be fun. But yes, you pet the horse. It likes you.
Oh, wait. Is he she?
Oh, actually, I'm gonna say with that 21, you figure out that it's a he.
Oh, he's sweet.
I mean, all you have to do is just look at its underbelly.
Well, I guess I can't call him Gertrude.
Yeah, just glance like underneath and see if there's a huge schlong there.
Yeah.
Sildafix knows. She knows fuck all about horses.
Oh, apparently this horse is male. Who knew?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyone who
Probably
bothered to
it's
check.
probably because it's a brown. Brown horses are probably male.
That's not how it works.
What they miss well gone.
Not much.
We just got some chickens.
Harder
We
on the
should
soul to
probably
soul.
Find out if this is enough creatures.
I mean, lots of slaves.
Well, I don't see anything else that'd be suitable, so we're gonna have to hope for now.
Okay. Also, why is Carter on Titan Slayer's shoulder?
Don't ask.
He's an idiot, that's why.
I did something stupid. Okay.
It was smart in my head.
Which means stupid.
That's fair. So, are we going to head back or continue browsing around?
I think that's probably the best thing we could do right about now.
Keep ticket to circus.
I mean,
it might come in handy.
May
who
as well
knows?
keep it.
Okay.
No sense in getting rid of it.
Okay.
All right. Well, if that's that, then we'll switch to the going to the palace team. Remind me, who was going? Let's see. Shiva went to the palace. Shiva.
It's literally just the two people who speak Infernal.
Oh. Okay. So you guys head to the palace. It's easy to find because Craig gave you the general idea of where it is. And when you get there, hang on. I do actually have a map for this.
You do.
Oh yes.
You're gonna show us your thing.
Ooh, yes.
Oh boy, look at that.
La la.
Ooh, nice.
Yes.
That is a very impressive thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you get to the first floor, it's generally empty except for there are people who go up the stairs in the back. And on the walls you do see Azure on patrol with their salamanders and stuff.
That makes sense.
Yep.
We're making a note of the
go.
patrol routes and the frequency if we can.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. It's not that hard.
Is Locane Mind gonna remember this shit?
Don't tell me, do they have an elaborate changing of the guard ceremony?
They do not. As much as I love a reference to that, there is no elaborate changing of the guard.
Okay.
All right. However,
Oh, boy.
when you get to the second floor, you see that there's a very handsome elf already in the middle of telling an epic tale. And sitting on cushions on the floor, you see an Ifrit and a Baelor enjoying the story.
This is the Ifrit?
Yep.
I guess we're going to find a couch nearby. Like, obviously not close to invading their personal space, but like close enough to hear and not draw suspicion.
Sure, there are other people watching.
Yeah.
But specifically, you can tell that the tale is being told for the Baelor and the Ifrit. And he's telling a story, and in this particular story, he's actually telling a love story. About a traveling young elf who falls in love in a small village.
Oh.
Named
Yeah.
Gallivant?
No.
No,
Uh-huh.
he's telling the
I
story
know
of
what
how
this
he met
is.
how he met Sombra's mom.
Yep. Correct.
Oh, so it's going to be like 7 seasons and never actually answer the question?
No, he definitely answers this.
That's a good one.
That's funny though. That's really good. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on right now. And when he finishes the tale, the Ifriti says, tell us another. And then the Baelor says, then you see the Baelor and him start to converse in a language that Johan doesn't understand, but Shiva would with her helm. So they are speaking in Ignan, and the Baelor asks if he can postpone the next story so that they can have a meeting about that topic, the deal. And he says, "Oh, very well." And he says, "Go back downstairs and entertain visitors with more stories." And so you see the elf walk away and then go downstairs back to the first floor. And what do you do? Do you follow him? Do you try and eavesdrop on this conversation they're having? What do you do?
They go with the stealthing to Johan because I can't really stealth well.
I don't know about trying to stealth on a Baelor and an Ifrit inside their own palace. Bad call. So we're going to. Okay, you said like he's going back down to the first floor. Were we on the floor or?
You're on the second floor.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you're on the second floor. So when you got there, you saw people going up and to the second floor, and when you followed them up here, you saw the story being told on the second floor. And you just got told to go back downstairs to the first floor and entertain just the general visitors.
Then I guess we're gonna go with the general visitors.
All right then. So you go back down to the first floor, and when you get down there, you see that Canuck he kind of takes position. Clearly, he stood there before, and he starts to tell another tale in general. This one is an epic adventure about the slaying of a dragon. Almost a little generic.
When he's talking about the dragon, does he do a very bad impersonation of Scottish accent?
Of a what? Sorry?
Scottish accent?
No. No, he doesn't.
There goes.
Yeah, this is not Dragonheart.
I'm glad someone picked up on it.
I knew what you were going for. I love those movies, but this is not that character.
I love the first one.
You're right. I like the first one.
There
I
was more
tolerated
than
More than
one.
one?
They're
There were
I like the
sequels, and they
I-
are awful.
I like the first one. The second one is okay if you've got nothing else to watch, but don't watch anything else. It's a waste of time.
I didn't even know there was a sequel.
Yeah, well, there is.
Same.
Anyway, so you see him telling a tale, and eventually he stops because the crowd kind of disperses, and he's just standing there, and you see he's just kind of resting for a minute. He drinks some water.
We're gonna offer him a pickle.
Yeah.
You just go up.
Wait,
shadows,
actually, that might
here's
not
a
be good.
pickle.
That might not be good. That might not be a good idea. I don't know.
It might
You
be
look
the
so-
best idea.
You look tired. Would you be interested in a pickle?
What?
Okay. Oh wait, right. Sorry. This is, by the way, this is what he looks like. I'm posting the artwork of what he looks like so that everyone
Okay.
can see it.
Just remember to be
Alright.
really careful.
We're just gonna offer him something. Offer him a pickle. He doesn't have to take it. He can say no.
Okay.
When you offer him a pickle, he says, "I have to decline. I'm not allowed to accept tips from visitors."
Very well then. That was a great story you told, by the way.
And he says, "Oh," and everything he says, he seems very defeated and just kind of like he's given up on life in general. When he says, "Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the story."
Is anyone like? I don't know. Does it feel like we're being watched?
You
It'd
don't
be
see
reason-
anyone there.
We don't see
Well,
anyone, but it'd be reasonable to
Just in
assume
case.
anything that we say would be heard by his master.
Yeah,
Sure.
is
But
remember he is wearing that collar, and they can hear
Yeah.
He
him
sure is.
through the collar.
but just in case, I'm gonna use my Eldritch and Witch sight.
You don't
Just
see
to
anything.
Just look around in the area, just in case.
Well, okay, you do see the natural inherent magic of the plane of fire itself, but nothing other than that.
So no illusions being concealed, or creatures being
No.
concealed, nothing. Okay. Okay. I want to try if you know sign language work.
Good. We were able to write to
True. I'm gonna
like
see if I
written
could
communicate with the other girl.
I'm gonna like be in front of him, so my
Oh.
back turned, and just try to do like sign language, like say, "Can you understand this?"
And he looks at your hand, and he looks, and then he moves his hands back, and he signs back that yes, he understands you.
All right, Johan, you know sign language. All right, so does Johan know sign language?
No.
Nope.
Shit. Okay.
Should have called.
But like, I don't know if I should reveal everything to him.
Then don't reveal everything. Then
I know,
play.
but maybe
I mean,
I should.
I'm just as lost as you are.
Okay, God. I'll say in sign language, Craig told me you were here.
And you see a look of like, huh? Or like confusion why that would even like why he and he signs why. And then he signs, "I told Craig to forget I existed."
God, should I tell him that Somber exists?
Probably not.
No.
As they're signing, Johan is going to say, "Hey, I don't suppose you'd be able to tell us another story in order to maintain the illusion." And they're not wondering why he's silent with you.
Okay, he starts
Say out loud that it's to maintain an illusion.
Well, okay, I'm saying
yeah,
above
say
table
story
why.
to maintain the illusion of you tell.
Sorry, we're okay. Oh, okay, that's above table. Goes without saying.
I knew that. Yes. He starts talking, and though he seems slightly distracted, he's having a conversation and telling a story at the same time. But no one, whatever. It's fine. It comes out as about as half-assed as the story he was telling down here anyway.
Also, I can't reveal everything yet. Too dangerous. But we're going to free you. There is a reason.
And he says, don't bother. Don't waste your time. Not worth the risk to your own life.
I don't want him to, like... Goddamn. If I tell him, he might get some hope left, but I don't...
You're gonna have to make this decision.
Do you want to roll a dice, odd or even? You tell him, odds you don't.
Without specifically telling him.
Should I just? Should I tell him that he has family?
He will immediately know who that is, considering he only has.
True, but I mean, he would have at least.
Then again, I wouldn't actually know if he has like any
cryptic,
brothers or sisters or anything like that. Because he might actually have.
Sorry, what about blood?
I have no idea.
You know, try something cryptic like "keep faith in the blood."
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
Try not to be too specific, but still a hint.
Hint. Nudge, nudge.
Okay, yeah. Maybe, yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll just give him like a hint. Keep faith in the blood.
And I'm just gonna roll some intelligence for him. And he looks a little confused. And it doesn't seem to really change him much. And he actually just signs, "Leave me alone."
Okay, so he's going to be a fun one to pick up.
I mean, once he realizes who I am, I imagine it'll be easier, but...
Yeah, but I can't tell him right away.
No, don't do that yet.
So I know, but it's... God... Stealthy stuff.
Stealthy stuff.
Maybe he'll figure out the cryptic message, maybe he won't.
Okay.
Maybe he'll finally put it together when... when we actually pull the rescue.
Alright. Well, once he's done with the story, I'll say... You'll get it when the time comes. I'll sign that. And
okay.
I'll say to Johan, "Hey, Johan, I think we've had enough storytelling. Are you good to go, or do you need one more?"
I think I'm good to go.
All right.
We can...
And then you see kind of very half-heartedly be like, "Come back anytime for more stories." Like, just...
Johan will an acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm.
Shiva will bow before she leaves.
And I'm assuming based off how this map is, there aren't too many shadows. It's like bright as
yeah, you notice that the light from the flames from outside the city are really kind of bouncing. This place is very bright. Almost like it's in a permanent sunset or something. So there are some shadows, but yeah. But not many.
Well then, I guess that's all we can get for now. Without drawing attention.
Plus, we got the layout of like the first and second floor and outside the palace, right?
Yep, you did.
Okay, so that's good enough for now.
Yep, that's good enough for now. To further.
Did we say where we were going to be meeting after this, though?
You did not.
Okay, then I guess we'll have to head back to the... underground hideout then.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're Okay, maybe this question. City.
You're cutting out a lot for me. Is he cutting out for everyone else?
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, it's my headset is literally on its last legs.
Oh. Yeah, you're cutting out like every other word.
Oh my. Is there a sewer system in the city?
No.
Okay. That's all.
Okay then.
Wait, there's no sewer system. How do people poop?
Bold of you to assume that Ifrits even poop.
What type of thing doesn't poop?
Alright, let's not
Well, technically, Azers, Ifrits, Salamanders, and they're all elementals. They don't poop. They don't need to eat. The only people in the city who are the slaves, and there's not many of them, and
Demons
you have
need
no
to
idea.
eat.
Yeah, you don't know what happens to their waste. Something
I
clearly
assume it
does,
just
or
gets incinerated.
yeah, it does. That is what
Okay.
happens.
Okay.
There's unfortunately for them, there are slaves whose entire job is to literally clean other people's shit up and burn it.
Can't be as bad as that one dude who had to clean the gutters in the medieval castle, that giant chute. Can't be as bad as that.
And it's not
So-
much better. So yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, except for imagine not nearly as nice as that. But yes. Anyway, so you guys, if there's anything you guys are heading back, is there anything the market group wanted to do before they head back?
Not particularly.
No.
How do you plan to get the horse into that basement?
Yes, so defects, how do you plan to do that?
Very carefully.
It's a matter of careful, it's a matter of size.
I mean, she has enlarged reduce. That's a very easy thing to do.
I mean, yeah, no, I'll just use the staff and do a reduce and make him a much smaller horse for a little bit.
Okay. You ponyify it for a very brief period of time. And you guys return, and you find Johan and Shiva waiting for you when you get there.
How'd it go?
Did we ever get a head count on how many slaves we're freeing?
A lot. We're saving a lot, apparently.
Johan would
We need
say.
a number though.
Johan would relay that they met the bard. They got a story from him that there seemed to be a Baylor and an Ifrit to have some sort of authority there. They seem to be important and attached to slaves. The building itself is very well lit. And talk about the guards, not. And fact that the place seems like it's perpetual sun.
Sorry, you cut out, man.
Yeah. You cut
Perpetual
out after
sun
you said perpetual sun something.
Sunset, I assume.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I'll just also say what we saw outside and inside. Yeah. Place of being. Okay. Yeah, basically relaying the layout of the first and second floor they were able to see so far. That's all, folks. He knows sign language, Sombra. I was able to talk to him through that.
Uh-huh.
I didn't reveal you to him as much as I really wanted to because he was really, really depressed. But he doesn't want to bother to be saved. But that's only because he doesn't know that you're still alive.
That is pretty much what Craig said, in all honesty.
Yeah.
How you look?
Looney, he looked healthy, right?
I mean, yeah, like he physically healthy, but emotionally and mentally just, yeah, dead
Alright.
inside.
I'll tell that to Sombra.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's gonna work, right? We're really gonna save him? Because
Try.
That is why we're here.
Because I think he needs hope. I think he needs hope. Hope back. He really needs it.
No sound so quiet. What's going on?
Emotional shit.
Drama's happening.
Drama. Family drama.
Ah!
Damn, that's crazy.
He thought his dad abandoned him and his mom, but no, this whole time he was just held imprisoned and enslaved.
Yeah, it's just got enslaved by a fruity.
Hmm. Does Sombra say anything else, or?
Well, let's get an actual head count of everyone we're actually trying to save.
Oh, well, seeing as you asked, you're here to save, based on, if you include Canuck, there are 6 people you need to save to help everybody in that basement.
So
We got all the
Spare
chickens.
chicken.
Yep.
That's how
And I get to keep the horse.
Why would you want to?
As you say that, the horse coughs.
Don't listen to them. He's
The horse coughs, and it's like,
Oh
like
no.
how a horse even makes that sound? It's like, what?
Can I say?
Would you say that
I'm
his?
just gonna mention.
Would you say that his throat is now feeling hoarse?
Stop.
Just gonna-
I knew it, he's gonna say that.
Let me just mention to sell the fix. We do have healthy horses back at the house.
Let her keep the horse, Sombra. Come on.
I
I wanna
agree.
treat the
Let her
horse.
have her souvenir.
You want to try? Okay, roll a medicine check to try and help this horse.
Oh no.
Or,
it's gonna-
to determine what's wrong with it, I should say. Oh wow. Okay. Well, I'm so surprised, but basically, this horse hasn't been fed the right food at all, and on top of that, it's been worked unendingly until it's basically near death.
Oh yeah, good spurs.
Don't listen to anyone. You're beautiful.
Gonna give it some good berries.
Eats the good berries and regenerates a little bit of HP. It looks a little better, but I mean, there's some
Not by
issues that can't so easily be like being lame. It's hard to fix
Can
that.
I cast a greater restoration on the horse?
You absolutely can try.
Okay. I'm gonna do that. Says Kanea, but that's supposed to be Shiva. Sorry.
That's fine. I knew who it was.
Okay.
Alright, so here's the deal. You cast Greater Restoration, and you see the horse look a lot better, like it's way less tired looking.
That's good.
Good.
It doesn't cure the fact that it's a lame horse, but yes, it looks a lot better having
At least
gotten
he's
some
not
food.
tired.
Yeah.
The hole in the tub, so showers are okay, but
Not on death's
don't take a
door.
bath.
Yeah, it's not on death's door.
Don't take a bath.
You also get the feeling that this horse is below average
is?
intelligence for a horse.
You put a hole in it.
I mean, this horse needs some major rehabilitation.
Alright, now can I just do basic care for the horse?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't even need to roll for it. You know what to do.
I'm just gonna do what they didn't. There.
Alright.
Oh, Kanea's gonna show Shiva and Johan the ticket she got because she has no idea what it says.
All right, what's it say?
All right, it says, "Come one, come all to the circus spectacular," and then it says, and then on the ticket it says, "Admittance, one family."
Is there a fine print somewhere?
Roll investigation.
What if this is actually a contract in disguise?
Well, in that
yeah,
case,
that's what I'm worried about.
We're gonna investigate this. We're gonna look for hidden ink. We're gonna look like magical ink. We're gonna look for everything. Before we do anything, we're gonna eat a pickle.
I'll also use my Eldritch Sight to see if there's any magic on it.
Oh, baby!
Nice.
So yeah, there is fine print on there. It clarifies that one family cannot include more than 6 people, and that the admittance doesn't save you from potential other fees and things in relation to the circus and its events. It also says that by agreeing to go to the circus, you also agree that that you accept the fact that certain things cost that the games involved in the circus, the games with prizes, the currency is your soul.
No.
So look, but don't participate.
Pretty much.
So
Let's just not go.
Or we could just not go.
wait, so no circus?
No.
We can. We can
We'll take you
find
to a safer
mundane
circus once we're out of here.
Okay, yay.
I thought the mansion was already a
Oh,
circus.
and when you're investigating, you also see it folds open, and inside is a picture of the dragon she described, and it's a star attraction.
I'm good.
Hydra.
No. The wording says that there might be other fees associated with going to the circus or participating in other things within.
Participating in the events, and then it clarifies that some of those might require a soul as the currency.
Is there any magic coming from this ticket?
The ticket itself is not magical.
So in other words, strictly speaking, you could still go to the circus with this ticket without any negative consequences, but it just means that stuff within it might require payment of soul. Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in theory, if people really wanted to go to a circus, they could. They just have to be careful not to do anything silly, like try to participate in a game.
This group, one of us would lose a soul.
It would be Carter.
It would be Carter.
Probably me.
Really? But we have Kopaka on Carter duty. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah, for
guess,
some
Carter-
reason, he don't know where he got it from, but Kopaka has a really large version of those baby carriers where they strapped him to the chest, and Carter in there.
I love it.
Oh gosh.
Why does it exist? No one knows.
No one knows. He just magically appeared there. Guys, I don't know what this thing is, but apparently Carter strapped onto me like a little baby. What the hell?
Well, I guess they just walked by a hallway of requirement.
I guess.
But by the way, can we figure out what the hell this dragon is?
I'm gonna tell you right now, none of your characters will know why. This is a brand new creation, and there's no way you would know.
Okay.
It looks like a chimera.
Chimera. You said chimera.
Yeah.
There's an H in there.
No, Carter,
it's
it's
alright.
pronounced chimera.
Oh, not to him, it ain't.
You say knife?
Sometimes. Jokingly.
You're not serious, are you, Carter?
Oh, he's serious.
Nobody has ever mentioned it to me before that it's pronounced chimera. There we go.
I look at Sildafix.
So no circus.
No circus.
Yeah, let's not go.
Let's not gamble with our souls.
Okay.
Now the question is,
My soul's worth more than.
when do we put what?
Worth at least a corn chip.
Corn chip?
We have a rough idea for rescuing the peoples. When are we putting that into effect? How are we putting that into effect? And what's probably going to go wrong?
Okay, well, first off, we need to figure out where the other 4 are.
You also need to know how heavily protected their locations are.
Oh, yeah, I'll save you. The people in the basement will be able to tell you. They're not. They're about as easily accessible as Eid is.
So the only really difficult one is going to be Kanak.
Yes.
Conic.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Now, are the people
Sorry.
here going to have the right skills to disarm the lock?
They're pretty mundane. They don't have any magic, and they're not particularly strong
Hmm.
looking. So, not really.
So it's probably going to be
up to us.
us doing all of the unlocking. Is there any way we can get all those slaves in the same place at the same time?
Well,
Are the other two?
Kanak can't leave the mansion.
Are the
Nope.
other two
Palace, I
tieflings in
guess,
there?
so.
No,
with
I
us?
just mean like instead of multiple rescue missions, what if it's just 2?
Yeah, I would say that the other 4 are slaves that they do various things in the brothel. They're not actually they're not entertainers, but they one of them has to bus tables, and one of them has to clean the rooms.
They're all
You know?
located in the same building?
Yeah, that's how these guys met.
Okay.
That's oddly convenient. Okay.
So, are we
And then
doing
they
this
can
like?
hopefully teach others the methods.
So what's your strategy exactly? How do you plan to take the collars off?
I mean, get them all into the same room where they're where no one's paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Bring in the chickens.
Yeah, bring the chickens.
Uh-huh.
Swap the colors one at a time for chickens.
Yeah, okay, I
to
get
buy us
that. No,
time.
did you say that last part again?
One at a time, take off the collars, put them on the chickens.
Uh-huh.
I should also ask, how are we gonna?
That will buy us time.
All right. Let me
get the
clarify.
rest of the
What are you
collars
doing
off.
to make it so you can take the collars off? There's that middle bit in there.
Yeah, that's the question mark.
Yes, I'm asking.
So,
You're basically underpants gnomes right now. You have your stage 1 and your profit at the end, and there's a bit in the middle that you haven't figured out yet.
So we don't need to figure it out. We just give profit.
I do think in this scenario we do need to figure it out.
Yeah, this isn't like the Drow Castle.
As great as that would be again to have a version
we would
2
need
of
some
the Drow
kind
Castles.
of magical unlocking, either devices or skills of particular skilled peoples here. I can probably handle the arcane side.
I mean, we do have some master lockpicks. Probably get the mechanical part going.
But it's a magical lock, so there is no physical component, as I understand.
Yep, but there's a spell for unlocking magical locks.
Knock.
You know,
That's
very
the
loud
spell.
one that'll draw attention from the
That's
whole
the spell.
freaking.
Wait,
Yep.
wait. What if we cast knock within the magnificent mansion? Would that soundproof? Or wait, actually, we don't even need that. Wouldn't the silent spell counteract the sound that knock makes?
What's
Does
that
it-
Yes, it,
spell?
yes, it would.
Does
If you were
anyone
to
know
cast
the
it.
silence spell?
I do
Yep,
not.
Johan has it.
Okay.
It costs them a pair of key points, but what the fuck am I going to use them?
I mean, you get them back for short rest. So
Exactly,
I think,
exactly. Like, what else am I going to use them?
True. Okay, so that's one way to get the collars off.
Right, but then we also have to deal with the other issue of if we were to just simply cast knock on it, would that kill the wearer?
It shouldn't. We've determined that we should be able to disable the magical locking mechanism if we do it correctly. To disable the locking mechanism without tripping the alarms, and then quickly we get the collar back on something else living, so that if anyone happens to check, they either only have a momentarily strange interruption or don't realize that it's even been taken off in the first place.
Okay.
So my question then becomes, once the collars are off, how do we get them out of the building? Because people will notice that they're not wearing the collars anymore.
Cube of Rubik's. We just send them
And
straight to the prime material plane.
and then just to confirm, the Rubik's works on demand. It's reliable.
I think I figured it out.
And if it doesn't
you-
work,
You
Garen
figured it
has
Do you think,
plane
or are you
shift,
sure you
so-
figured it out?
So she figured it out. Basically, it can create a portal on the material plane to any place she's been if she can picture it in her head.
Wait, it
So
can
we're
create a
sending
portal
them to
on any
space
plane, or it can create a portal.
No, on
within-
the material plane, she can. Basically, you have to have been somewhere to picture it on that plane. Otherwise, it's the default setting. So the default setting for the plane of fire was the City of Brass. If she happened to go anywhere else on the plane of fire, she could theoretically make it go there instead.
Okay, so it's not just how it works on material plane. This is how it works.
Yeah,
based on
there's a
what plane
default.
you're
There's a default location.
Okay.
But you
Okay.
can pick a different location if you can clearly picture it in your head.
Which your mention is rather impressive and hard to forget.
Okay.
You haven't even seen all of
Okay,
it yet.
so that's all right. So that's one problem solved. So my question is, are we gonna do this rescue mission like one at a time, or are we doing this all at the same time?
I think
all at the same time.
yes, because the longer it takes us to rescue an individual, that would be when notice.
All right, in
Well,
that
they're
case,
eventually going to notice that there's going to be 5 chickens instead of 5 slaves.
true.
Yes, and by the time they realize that, we need to be
notice it until we're gone.
Yeah.
In that case, then
The
we
whole
would have
point
to
of the
split the
chickens is to
group
keep
because
them from
somebody
catching
would
on.
have. Oh, sorry, I talked over you.
Sorry, who was talking over who?
Sorry, I was talking. I think I was talking over you, Mecca. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that the point of the chickens is to keep them from catching on too quickly. So we go in, we make the swap, we get out. Honestly, the hardest part now is how do we smuggle in the chickens?
Well, couldn't we use the cube of Rubik's to go? Wait, hold on. Wait, wouldn't it be easier to smuggle the slave out first and then do the swap in a controlled environment?
Oh no, you learn that you can't
leave the
travel. They
building.
can't travel planes with those collars on.
No, but okay, we're in this basement, right?
We're not going to be able to get them out of the building.
If they leave the building, they'll be noticed.
Okay, all right.
And if you bring them here, then they can know the location of the hidden hideout.
Which we can't do.
Right.
Sildafix is basically planning a heist without realizing that she's planning a heist.
So the way I think it would ideally work then is I think if we snuck the bard out first, that would be noticed quicker. than the random slave.
Yeah, that's why we're doing the him last.
Yeah, so we would do the slaves first as a group, and then we would get the bard out as a. There wouldn't be any splitting the party.
Yeah,
it's just we'd have a timeline.
Yes.
Now, how many? Sorry.
Once we have the rest of the slaves freed, we can focus our attentions on the bard.
Mm.
No,
which
for
is
the
going to be
bard,
a much
how?
more complicated rescue.
Yes. Now, for the bard, how many guards did Johann notice?
Quite a lot. There were at least 4 in the room with him on the second floor, and there was probably about a dozen patrolling the walls.
Okay. Would we be able to... How much time would it take to literally, let's say, walk in there, bust the collar off, and just get the fuck out of Dodge? How much time would that take?
12 seconds?
12
no,
seconds?
6 seconds. 6 seconds if you did if 3 people acted at the same time.
So in theory, those guards would have 12 seconds to react to us busting him out. And they're not going to expect us to try to bust him out in the middle of broad daylight, in the middle of the day.
I think we should still probably use the spells of unlocking and silence.
Oh, yeah.
Just for buying us some time.
But what I'm saying is, what if we were to
At
go...
the very least, to keep the Afriti from being involved.
Mm-hmm.
Because one way to do it would be literally as we in the middle telling the story to a bunch of random people. We just do that. No one's going to expect it. You could even say we would get a quote-unquote surprise round to really pull that all off. We would literally be all prepping, and it's like, this is the plan, we go. By the time everyone's blinked a few times, we're already gone. That's
there are
one
2
way of doing it.
charges on the cube of Rubik's per day. In a pinch, I do have the plane shift spell.
As do I.
How many can you plane shift?
haven't.
How many can you plane shift?
Let me check.
You went up to 8 willing creatures.
And how many creatures would we be total?
Yeah.
Plane shift?
If all of you were there with him, that would be 10.
So we would need 2 people to cast plane shift, 5th minimum.
Yeah.
Unless it allows for higher level casting.
I don't think so.
I don't think anyone even has an 8th level spell slot.
I do.
No.
Will have it. I have an 8th level spell slot.
I guess you have to.
I'm a wizard.
Actually,
of course I have an 8th
And
level
then,
spell slot.
so the only thing we would need, though, to make sure is before we tried anything, is would plane shift even work within that area?
I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
I mean, above table, remember how we tried to do teleport magic in the phylactery of Corbel's mom?
Yeah, but Shiva was there and didn't see anything. She already checked for you.
Okay.
So I can confirm that there was nothing
There are
like
no
that.
wards in place.
No, the only thing was the inherent magic associated with the plane of fire, and that in no way stops plane shifting or anything else.
Theory. So that would be the brute force. The other option would be to, I mean, I'm assuming he sleeps somewhere in the palace. Somehow if someone could sneak into the palace, try to figure out if it's possible to sneak in there, and then sneak to where he sleeps.
I feel like that would add far too
Planning
many
to assassinate
complications.
the Afriti.
No, he's talking about where Konnak sleeps. However, I will tell you above table, he is an elf and he only needs to meditate for 4 hours. He doesn't go anywhere. He stays in that room and meditates for 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
God, you must be dealing with the worst case of burnout in the world.
Good old
He doesn't
elf
care.
Probably why he's so
physiology.
tired.
He's so defeated he doesn't care. But yes, above table, he doesn't need to sleep. He's an elf.
So
Does-
very
Great.
much we're doing the "you're being rescued, please don't resist."
So if he is going to, does he have quote unquote meditation breaks that he takes at some point, or like, is it
In
like
the
a
middle of the night, he's given 4 hours to meditate.
okay?
At which
And
point they
during that
probably
middle of the
wouldn't
night,
let
is
us in.
anybody else around? Like, I'm assuming
Yeah, the
he like.
guards.
Okay, but oh, sorry, you just said he just meditates in the middle of the room. It's not like people can visit meditate, right?
I mean, they can. I mean, just he's not expected to do that because he'll die if he doesn't. So, and the Ifrit doesn't want him to die, so he gets his
Okay.
meditation time.
Okay. But he does it in the room, which okay.
Yeah, that big open room. He does it in there.
I will surprised he hasn't run out of stories yet to tell.
He's probably gotten really good at telling a few.
He makes stuff up. Remember I said it was kind of generic, that one with the dragon? There's a reason why it was generic. Wasn't based on anything. It was a mishmash of other stuff he's told, cut up and strung together in a really bland generic story.
Because it's not like he has time to sit down in a.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right.
It's not like he has time to sit down in a writer's room and really hammer out some bangers.
I mean, it's been stuck in there for probably about 30 years now.
He has. He has been doing that for 30 years.
Poor guy. But we do pretty much have a gist of a plan of what to do, at least.
Mm-hmm. And a spare chicken just in case.
Ooh, nice.
So that could be. I mean, the only other, and I guess the only risk with this plan would be if we do it in broad daylight, it'd be hard to conceal our identity. It would earn us some enemies.
True.
I mean, we already have enemies, so.
True, and I mean, as long as we never come back here, like they'll be on our.
We still have to be here though because we got to find Thanatos and the Firestone.
So if we have to find Thanatos and the Firestone, maybe we should do that first. Because if the minute we do this plan, we got to get the fuck out of here, and coming back here is gonna be a bad idea.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
So maybe we shift our focus to Thanatos. Deal with that shit. And then
Thanatos.
Do we even know if that's in the city of Brass?
I mean, we heard that's where he was in the Elements Point Fire.
Yeah, but that's not the city of Brass.
Thanatos.
Oh,
You
Shiva
wanna
will
do a history
explain.
check?
I wouldn't say it's a history check.
It's not. There's not common enough history for it to be a history
Oh.
check that can be found.
Shiva will tell Silvifex that Thanatos is the creator of all sloths. He used to be human, but he killed a god of chaos and was cursed to become a sloth by the gods and was banished.
And,
way back when the time when gods and humans lived together.
Yep. Oh, and don't forget, he took the name of the god of death just to be like, screw you guys, and
Yeah.
And that's a great name to invoke in blasphemy.
Yeah.
So why do you need to find him?
Because he has. Well, I mean, first of all.
Oh God!
You're gonna kill him.
You're going.
We are. We are.
That you're just going to kill an ancient immortal flawed being.
He's
He's not
immortal.
No,
Not
he's
immortal.
He just regenerates a lot. We just keep hitting him and hitting him till he doesn't regenerate anymore. He'll die.
If it bleeds, we kill it.
Are you gonna tell her the thing he has on his person?
Oh
Also,
yeah.
there's some shit we want.
Yeah, he has something. 2 things. Wait, do we know if Thanatos has the sword?
Yes, you know he
Oh,
has the
cool.
sword.
Yeah, he has
You're
2
just
things.
going to kill an ancient slod being with multiple powerful artifacts. And
He is an ally to the
Hang on,
demon
to
lord.
clarify, do you tell specifically what the sword is. This is very important.
Let's
No.
hide that. No.
You're not
Okay.
gonna tell her it's the sword of Cass.
No.
That's wondering
Yes.
if you were going to tell Silverfix.
Yes,
So-
he has the Firestone we need.
Oh yeah, and the Firestone.
That's
So
it?
that's 3 items. I don't know.
Wait, did we
Maybe.
ever establish she has it?
I
Not
think
for
we
sure.
did.
No.
No.
Oh. Well, we need to kill. Well, we do need to kill him at some point or another.
Yeah. Yeah, he
So,
I'll tell Silverfix that he is an ally to an evil demon lord that wants to destroy this world, so he has to die.
You tell her about the Demon Lord?
Now, see, this is where Silverfix just sits
Yeah.
down again with that middle distance stare of, what the hell have I gotten myself into?
Yeah, no, I can if you tell about Clansmodius. Like, do you tell her about Clansmodius?
I'm like, what is
I
her?
mean,
What would her? Would she
I
even
assume we
believe
just
us?
said Demon Lord. I think
We
that's all
said
you
demon-
really need to say.
Yes. Would she even believe us if we told her it was a giant clam?
I'd give her the Clip Notes version.
Yeah.
He does say, all right, yes. You get the Cliff Notes version. Apparently, the Demon Lord is a clam.
Clams.
Oh,
You tried to possess me. I didn't like it.
Done a lot of things.
Ugh.
Death, destruction, harvesting souls, all sorts of bad stuff.
Gonna kick his ass.
And Chewbuggle.
And
yes,
chew
he's a clam.
bubblegum.
I'm chewing bubblegum as we speak.
Anyways, it is quarter after.
Yeah, so
Oh,
we're gonna
yeah.
break here.
Oh
It went
shit!
wrong.
I actually got caught up for food a while back. I was just so into it. Jeez.
I didn't
I'll
want
see
to.
you guys later.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt in the middle of what you guys were talking about, but this does feel like a good stopping point. So we will stop here, and I'll see you guys in an hour or so.
Alright.
Yep, see you in an hour.
Yeah. Sorry,
Later.
Silverfix. This is what you signed up for.
I know. Like, again, out of character. Totally. In character.
Back to the madness.
So the only positive is that all 3 items that all 3 objectives of what we need are right here. Problem is I can't tell where exactly he is. He's in this plane, but I don't know where he is.
There's also the issue of the plane being like literally made of fire.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta find him soon before he like finishes this ritual.
No idea what hints the DM is hinting at.
Well, I did. I'll give you a hint to the hint. It involved a demon.
See a fire.
Oh, was it wasn't that conversation that maybe?
Well, when does it involve the demon?
Well, the only demons we've had
Been
encountered
a few
with
demons.
today.
Is the one Baylor and that one Arifreet and the
No, they were the ones at the market.
There was the Baylor, there was the circus guy, and there
was the one trying to sell the talking rat.
And the one trying to sell the talking rat.
And the one that like sold you the horse.
Did I buy the horse from a demon?
I did.
Or well,
Was
yeah.
it a demon?
Yes, it was.
I think we can rule out horse and rat guy. So it's either the Baylor or the circus.
So we
Someone
talked
who's
to
paying more attention to either of those, figure it out.
I mean, I imagine that the Ifrit probably wouldn't look too kindly on what Thanatos is attempting to do, considering it involves power over fire.
So the hint was we talked to a demon that we came in the City Brass, right?
All I said is the hint involves that you encountered a demon related to that, and that's your hint.
Is it the six-headed dragon?
I already gave you a hint.
Feel like
Yeah.
the
I will
six-headed
not
dragon-
confirm anything more than that.
I feel like the six-headed dragon is a six-headed red herring.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, the only option I could possibly think of is to gather some intel or something.
And how do you propose we do that? None of us, except for maybe you and you, know the language around here. I mean, we could try asking the slaves.
Probably not a good idea. You don't interact with someone else's slave here, you're gonna get in trouble.
What would we ask the blue tieflings? Karen and I forgot the other one's name.
I mean, you can try. I don't know how much they'll know, but
Well, when you guys went down to that island, what did you guys do there?
Okay. We basically disguise ourselves as. Are you suggesting we disguise ourselves as slaves?
I don't know what
we can't really do that here.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea.
Not bad.
I don't know what you guys did.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
True.
I don't think we have the time for.
That's a mission we'd have to accurately replicate those collars, which is not something easily done.
Then if ever we take them off and then we're seen walking around without the collars, it's just too many questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one expects us to be collared.
Hmm.
I mean, how? Thantos is a slod.
Yeah.
How out of place would a slod be in a place like here, Brass City?
You haven't seen any, but that doesn't mean there aren't sometimes them there.
Red, please. Everyone knows his Portuguese and that is unexpected. Anyways,
I will let you roll a history check to try and think to find out to see if you know if slots come here or not.
Okay.
because if they don't come here that often, we could maybe try putting our ear to the ground, try to get rumors, see if we. All right. Does anyone want a pickle?
No.
Pickle. I mean, I got a 19, but it wouldn't hurt. Ooh, 23.
Yeah. Slods come here, but not extremely commonly. But they are known to show up here and be involved in the slave trade. In the soul trade, I should say.
So how inconspicuously could we ask around if someone's seen a squad in the last?
I'll let you decide that after what I just said, though, about how they have been known to be here from time to time.
Well, option one, go to the market with someone who actually speaks the language and try to get information out of random demons there.
And option two?
Try to track down the Baylor and I
mean, we know where the Baylor is. The Baylor is in the palace.
That's where he was. We don't know if he's remaining there. The palace, I feel like, is going to be a much harder place to get access to.
Is there an option three?
Go home and pretend we never came here.
Yeah,
To be fair, that's not
we're
a
not
bad
doing that
option.
one. We're not doing that one.
Hey, you asked for a third option.
You didn't say it had to be a good option.
Is there a fourth option?
Stop it.
No.
I do. I know of a fourth option. You take that piece of paper from that demon and have Carter sign it.
That's mean.
What a guy. What a guy.
I mean, intel stuff. I mean, I guess we could leave that to Johan.
And Anthos.
The thing is, though, like, well, he doesn't understand.
There's people in the marketplace who speak common.
Okay.
Yes. Feels like more of a
Okay, so that's
Johan doesn't.
You keep cutting out. Did you hear that, Stefan?
I think he cut out again.
Is he even still there?
Boo.
Johan is not a people.
Johan is not a personal person.
Ah. That's fair.
So, Johan and Anthos gather intel at the market? Or should someone else go with Johan?
I mean, Anthos doesn't understand Infernal.
Someone who speaks Infernal should probably go.
Okay.
Like, Johan can do stuff, but, like, because they speak common and they speak other language, I just think Anthos might be a better fit, and then Johan could be there translating if need be. He could be Anthos translator.
Okay, what are we trying to find out? Again.
We're trying to find out if there's been a squad matching Santos' description somewhere.
You guys don't.
Most slots look the same.
Or more specifically, we're trying to find out where the hell he is.
I don't suppose you guys have any kind of article that still smells of slod.
Do we have
I don't think so.
No. I mean, we had this one item, but that Corbel has it. So.
I'm pretty sure Corbel's odor as Howard, whatever.
Yeah.
Only asking because I've got a dog. You try to sniff him out.
Yep, I know what you're going for.
I'm gonna tell you, Carter. You would know there's no way I could track the scent over a sea of fire from something from that long ago. That's not how it works.
We should ask the locals if they... Wait. Would an airship work in the plane of fire?
Yes.
Kanea still has the airship in the bottle.
That draw a lot of attention, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's more for just crossing the sea of
Took the bread and
fire.
the fries out before we came in the truck. So it wouldn't slide around on the stuff you can have, okay?
Come on, we can hear.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like once we get out of the city kind of thing.
No, that's a good idea. No, that's 100%.
Does mean that I don't think we can take it back unless... I don't think the Cube of Rubik's can open a big enough portal.
Very much a one-time use thing.
Yeah.
Whereas if we used it on the prime material plane, we could keep it because it would always be there.
Yeah, I don't think you can cast Banish on a solid object.
No. Has to be a creature.
I'm not sure we want to imbue it with a soul. Because I think it would still end up being native to this land then.
Well, I would tell you, if there was a place to get a soul, this is the place.
I mean, I have options. However, this is mostly just spitballing at this point.
No, that's fair. Oh, I mean, it's a good idea. I like it.
You know, for crossing the actual Sea of Fire might be useful.
No, 100%. It's probably, if we had to do that, that would be the way to do it.
What?
So going after Thanatos first and freeing the slaves. That's what we're going to be doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like the course we've decided on.
Okay.
Although there is one question. Would there be any benefit of freeing the slaves first?
No.
We
No.
literally
We went over this.
Freeing the slaves would bring a lot of heat on us. And we'd rather not have to deal with Thanatos and a bunch of pissed off Ifrits in their native plan at the same time.
Alright.
So I think right now we should do the intel gathering.
Okay. So Anthos will take the lead on that, and Johan will act as translator using the help action.
I mean, that's if you're taking an action. I think this is more of a
Yeah.
Well,
series
we'll
of.
worry about it if you need to actually do something. How's that?
Okay. All right.
Alrighty. So, you guys head back to the market to try and gather some information. It's as busy as ever. What kind of, would you want to talk to a demon? One of the Azers? One of the other races of people? Like, you see the occasional other thing? I mean, technically, you could talk to the slaves. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but it's something you could do. You gonna talk to someone you've already talked to? I'm trying to gauge what you're...
Anthos? Anthos, you're being voluntold for participation.
You're gonna have to wait while I'm grabbing food real quick.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were getting food. My bad.
Alright, in the meantime, while we're waiting, we'll deal with everybody else. Yeah, you probably should have. Okay. In the meantime, though, the rest of you, you have any plans on what you're gonna do while you're waiting for them to do this?
Not really.
Want to go to the circus?
Are we able to ask that one Azure guy to come and see us again?
Oh, you want them to arrange to have the Azer come back?
Yeah, if possible.
Like, why don't we ask the guys here if they know anything about various lakes of fire and such?
Well, I was also going to ask him about if he knows any methods for regular people to actually traverse the Sea of Fire.
So they'll tell you that they don't know anything about any slots. They can ask the Azer to come back. And as for traversing outside of the city of Brass, they don't know of any specific methods. They know people have done it, and generally it requires magic of some kind. As you know, it's literally a sea of fire, and yeah, the whole burning and melting and dying, and yeah, not nice. Some kind of magic or item or something. They don't know of any specific means, but they know people have done it. And that definitely this is common knowledge that for them anyway, that there have occasionally more powerful wizard like people will come to the plane of fire to gather materials of some sort or another, depending on what it is, whether it's parts of creatures or essences of them from out in the sea of flames, or the essence of the flame itself, or any number of things, or raw materials and minerals that do spawn out there, and that the wizards have some way of protecting themselves.
Back and ready.
I don't suppose Settlefix knows any of these
I don't
methods.
have that particular. It would probably be one of the protection from energies or something like that.
I believe it is.
Don't have that spell in my spells. I do some very specific things.
Is it something you can like study over for the next day, or?
It would take a lot longer than that, I imagine.
To actually get a spell into the spell book would mean she would need to obtain a scroll of the spell, or a spell book that has the spell, and then copy it into her own spell book.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck finding
It's,
that lying around.
It's 2 hours per spell level, right?
Yes, it is. There's also a gold cost, though that's not as big an issue.
Yeah.
She's on a teacher's salary, not a big issue.
But now she has friends with deep pockets.
Pockets.
Or you could almost say bags of holding.
I could have a few.
And a Scrooge McDuck vault.
Scrooge McDuck.
Alright, so are you back, Emo? Okay. Well, I'll give the group some time to think about what we just said. So, in the meantime, you go back to the market, and there are demons there, there are Azers, there's the occasional other race who's somehow involved in this very terribleness that is the soul trade. There are slaves. Who do you want to talk to?
Who do I want to talk to? The Azers are higher ups, right?
The Azers, they live and work in this place, and they are basically forced to work for the Ifrits because of stuff. But yes, they would be more of high ranked than demons are. We're literally just there to partake of the trade.
I'll go talk to a demon.
Okay. You walk up to the first interesting looking demon you find, and he seems to be selling something or another. Various knickknacks. It looks like there's like a skull with wiry hair. There's a jar that says soul jar. I mean, there's all sorts of gross and...
Yeah, there's a soul jar?
Did you say you want to purchase the soul jar?
Is there a soul jar?
Yes. Yeah, there's a soul jar sitting on the table.
What's the thing?
I mean, is it for gold or?
I'm concerned.
Yes, he's selling that for gold. It's a mere 10,000 gold, and he happily proclaims to all that that soul jar is perfect for capturing souls. Just kill something near it, open the jar, say a few words, and boom, you got yourself a soul.
Are you gonna get this so we could use that on Thanatos?
Are there any souls currently in it?
He has no souls in it. It is empty.
I have the ability to cage a soul.
I want to buy it. But I also want to converse with him to see if he knows about the...
Okay, so you buy it for 10,000 gold. You buy the soul jar.
Yeah.
to very much get on his good graces.
Yeah. Oh, he's very into talking now. He's telling you all the he's telling you some of the best souls to catch, and he's talking about how children's souls are absolutely pristine and they're perfect.
Not along, and I'm going to ask him. I want to ask him about Thanatos, but describe Thanatos. Have you seen a person like this?
Oh, he said, "Oh yeah, I saw that guy.
Okay,
He was here like 2 weeks ago."
2 weeks, really?
Yeah. He had I saw him going to the circus.
The circus.
So we have to go to the circus.
Yep.
So the DM is trying to get us to go to the circus.
Dude, all aboard the railroad to the plot.
I am not making you go anywhere.
I mean, yes.
Option.
Yes, but when all roads lead to the circus.
You brought the circus and the six-headed dragon, so...
We have no choice but to go to
so it
the
was not,
circus.
in fact, a six-headed red herring.
Also, Rad, you have got what you're sending me. You have got to send it to Ida as well.
Okay, I will.
Anyway, Chelsea saw him go into the circus. Oh, and that he was seen buying a variety of different things from the market.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, a whole bunch of souls. And other stuff used in very dark rituals. You know, the fun kind. But he reminds you won't lose out with that soul jar in your hands. You'll be able to do your own rituals. All you need to do is go gather a few souls. And he once again reminds you that children's souls are the best.
Fuck, that's dark.
Me a still.
Well, things are pretty evil.
I'll be off then.
Yeah, I mean, it's true though. The younger and more pure the soul with less sin on it, the better.
Still fucked up.
Yes, it is.
That is fucked
It's
up.
the deal.
Welcome to dipping your pinky toe into the soul trade. It only gets darker from here.
Remember, full coins. Nothing like expending someone's soul to run a vehicle.
Yep. All right. So, you've gotten that information. You've gotten your soul jar for a measly 10,000 gold coins.
It is.
Oh, he even wrote a little instruction booklet on how to use it.
So is it different from the magic jar, or is it different?
It's different. It's got a very specific thing on how to use it. And he writes down the instructions in Infernal, because that's how you have to, that's the words you have to speak, so, you know.
Yep.
So basically, you gotta hand that off to Shiva and hope that...
Because she has no qualms using it.
She probably give it to
Use this
Johan.
Probably a better choice.
Yeah, probably Johan's a better choice for that.
Yeah.
So what do you do now? You just learned that he was seen at the circus.
I guess we're going to join. Well, I guess we're gonna.
You're gonna join the circus? Wow, that progressed quite quickly.
No, we don't.
Okay, that ticket that we had, it says one family, right?
Yep.
6 people.
Okay, does it specify that they have to be blood related?
Probably not.
Didn't say anything in there about that.
Could be
Just
a
say
very,
we're adopted. We're
could be a
adopted.
very extended marriage.
There you go. All right.
Mr. Lives here.
So, who are the 6 people who want to go to the circus? I know Kanea wants.
Yeah.
I feel
Definitely
like
need someone who
Silvertex needs
speaks
to go
Infernal,
just
so...
be the adult.
So, we need Kopaka to be the adult. Got it. Okay.
I can be the
Silvertex
adult.
is kind of an adult.
Yeah. But I'm only 15 years old.
I'll be the adult.
There are no adults here.
Shiva will
she
go
may not
since...
necessarily be the adult, but she is the smartest person in the room.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So we got Sildafax, we got Kanea, we got
Is she the smartest
Shiva.
person in the room? DM.
Huh?
What's her intelligence? Is it higher than mine?
Oh, right, you could do that. Hang on. I have to look up people's intelligence. Hang on, let me open those sheets and
Mine's
confirm.
19.
Oh, that's cute.
19 intelligence? Wait, what?
Yeah, isn't Silverfix's a good chunk higher? Yeah, hers is higher than yours.
Yeah.
She's smarter than you.
Wait, higher than 19 by a fair margin?
I didn't say that, I just said higher.
You said a good chunk.
Yeah, I guess it's a decent chunk.
Did she did, let me guess, are like manuals of intelligence where she was?
No.
Oh. I got 1 boost because of a feat, and then the rest was just my usual
Race, class, all that stuff.
class feature, yeah.
And
No,
also
it's no
point
book.
buy.
Hi, I am the wizard. Intelligence is my thing.
Yeah. So yes, Sildafix is smarter than Anthos.
Okay, so we got Sildafix.
Wiser by any margin.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get the count right. We got Sildafix, a pardon for terrible spelling. We have Sombra. We got Shiva.
Because
I
I
think-
need to translate Infernal.
Anne needs to go. It's her ticket. Literally, she has to go. I didn't mention this, but literally, no one else could use it, even if they wanted to.
Alright, there's 2 more slots.
You spelled Kanea wrong.
Pretty sure it starts with K.
Anthos will go.
It's actually... This is
I
how
hope
you
this doesn't
spell
lead
it.
into an actual fight.
I did say apologies if I get the writing wrong.
Okay, I'm just saying the name is Kanea. It starts literally, the first thing you say is K.
Which it's just he mixed the A and the E.
Well, whatever.
Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay. I'm sorry.
Hey, name?
I could go too.
Russian muscle lady.
Okay,
God damn.
alright.
Okay.
And Kieran's going because
Okay, Kira, that's 6 people done.
Yes.
You're just, you guys could just buy tickets and have everybody go, right?
Yes.
Well, how much is a ticket?
But we have a free one.
We have a free
Okay,
pass.
okay, we'll go to the circus and see how much it costs to buy a ticket.
I also bought this jar.
You gonna tell them what it is?
It's a soul jar.
Oh, you are? Okay. Yes, he literally bought an extremely evil object while he was in the market.
That's fucked
I've never
up.
actually seen one. I've only read
Here
about
you
them.
go, Han.
All
Here are the
read
instructions, and
about
here's the
them.
jar. I have no idea how to use it. Besides killing something.
Are there instructions?
There are, written in
There's
Infernal.
well-written instructions.
Yep.
We shall read these instructions.
Alright. So, like the demon said, basically you kill somebody, and as you kill them, you hold out the jar, you say the magic words, which are an Infernal, which is get in the jar, and boom, you got a soul.
Can this thing only store 1 soul, or?
Oh no, it can store lots of souls.
You know, I figure we kill the fucking Thanatos and put him in there.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I like it. Johan yeah.
I think
Say, he nods appreciatively. Fuck.
Does Sildafix want to take a look at it?
Oh, of course. Like I said, she's only read about them. Out come the various investigational implements.
Anyway, so that's it. Alright, so you go to the circus to find out how much a ticket costs, and oh, it's literally a single copper coin.
Oh wow, so they really want to cram them in.
Shame I don't carry copper coins.
Copper's not money.
Anybody
Copper's
have
copper?
They helpfully offer to break gold into copper for you.
Jesus, that must be a shit ton of copper and silver.
I tend to carry platinum.
The fuck? Okay.
What? It cuts down on coin size.
True.
Yeah.
That's literally like to break a single gold coin. That's that like what 1,000 copper pieces or 100?
No. Yeah, it's 100.
Okay.
So you'd be getting 99 copper pieces.
Oh,
back.
it's the equivalent of being paid in pennies.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. Basically paying a penny to go to the circus.
Wait, does that make silver nickels?
I guess so.
Or does it make them quarters?
No, I think it
Make
makes
some
them
dimes.
dimes. They're dimes.
Yeah, they're dime.
Dimes.
Then what's platinum?
Platinum is a $10 bill.
Oh.
And then there's Bitcoin. There's
What's so funny?
Brad's been sending me memes for the last 10 minutes, and he just sent me a really good one.
Oh wait, focus on the game, guys.
Good to share with the class.
After the game, yeah, sure.
So the picture's going to pull teacher mode on you.
There's Electrum too, right? Which is it between gold and silver, I think.
I thought we aren't really using.
No, I'm just saying, just in general.
Yeah, Electrum exists, but it's stupid, and anyone who wants to use it should die.
But
what is Electrum?
Looks like a penny.
Okay, bring it
The
back.
nickel.
It's like a 50-cent piece, I think it was.
Bring it back, please.
Bring it back. Okay. So we're all going to go to the circus together as a quote unquote family. Buy tickets where needed, and yeah, we're off to the circus. We're off to the circus. The
circus is where we belong.
All right, so you're in the circus, and
sorry, I didn't catch that. What did he say?
That's not where you belong.
Where we belong.
No, he said that is where we belong.
Oh yeah, okay. I suppose it's not wrong.
Accurate.
The next big show isn't for an hour, but you have some time, and there are a whole bunch of games you guys can play.
Nope.
Ooh.
No.
Nope.
Is there a fee for looking at the game?
Nope. No fee.
Are there any that don't cost a soul?
Oh yeah, there are some that don't cost souls.
See?
That's a
safe games.
I might suggest. Perhaps those who are good at the whole ferreting out of information can see if he is either here or where he went from here.
I mean, he should still be currently in the Sea of Fire, right?
Yep, that's where he was. You were told he came to the circus 2 weeks ago.
So we need to find out why he was here.
Or like what Sildefix said.
Where did he go next?
Yeah.
Well, are there any demons or otherwise there's people around who look like they're
chatty? The demons are the ones running all the games are very chatty, calling out people to try and get them there. There's a creepy one dressed as a clown wandering around handing people balloons, reminding them when the next show is.
It's a creepy clown Pennywise.
No, it's not murder clown. It's just regular clown.
It's a demon.
Yeah.
So we're in a clown fiesta.
Let's just say clowns are creepy enough without the clown makeup being painted on a demonic face.
Yeah.
So take
That's
that
actually
what you will.
pretty fair.
Yep.
Oh no. Maybe
Anyway,
Anthos could try schmoozing one of the game runners.
Well, I'll tell you, there's basically two of each carnival game. One that takes gold and one that takes souls. The one that takes gold has crappy regular carnival prizes as the prizes. The one that takes souls, you can win more souls than you bet.
Of course. Well, I mean, if he was...
And what kind of games are there?
Well, you've named it. They've got those water squirting ones where you have to, like, fill the balloon until it pops or whatever. They've got ones where you throw the balls to try and knock the things over. They've got ring toss. Like, you name the crappy carnival game, it's there.
Oh,
and
they're rigged as fuck?
Yeah, exactly. They're all rigged.
Just as rigged as they are in real life. I was about to say that.
Is there one where you have to, like, knock down a pyramid of bottles?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
And I bet you the bottles are really fucking heavy.
Yeah.
Yep. There's one there's one not just like the water gun one, but there's one with a regular gun where you have to, like, basically a Nerf gun and you have to knock, like, things over.
I imagine they also have whack-a-mole.
Yep.
Oh, I could do.
They've also got that strength thing where you try to ring the bell.
Oh, I got this. I got this.
That one gives gold, right? How much for
Yeah.
the rank for the strength thing?
Yeah, how much for that strength one? Unless it costs a soul. Yeah.
Did we lose our DM?
I think we lost our DM.
Looney?
Yeah. No!
Looney!
Looney, Nissan, Dokuiku.
Sorry, I cut out there for like 20 seconds. My internet cut out, so I don't know what you were saying.
Oh.
Okay, so how much? Wait, which part did you not hear?
I don't know when it cut out.
Okay. Well, the strength one, right? Kopaka's like, well, I'm like, oh yeah, I got this. But how much does it cost? Does it cost a soul, gold, or anything?
There's one there. Okay, so there are two versions of the thing where you hit the hammer to ring the bell. One of them takes a soul, and one of them.
I'll take the gold one.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he tells you to step right up and test your strength. He says, "You look like a big fella," and he hands you a ridiculous oversized hammer.
All right.
Johan hands the pickle.
It's bigger than you are, and as soon as you try to pick it up, you can tell it's been weighted backwards to make it really hard to swing.
Someone's trying to.
Are you gonna power through it?
Does Kopaka accept the pickle?
Wait, you attempted to use a roll command looking for the value of a selected token, but don't. Oh, because I'm not there.
You tried to use a macro without a thing. Just just roll it off your sheet.
Kopaka,
Yeah, no, that's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Does Kopaka accept the pickle?
No. Why do I want a pickle for?
Okay, fine. No guidance for you.
You do have disadvantage on this roll because it has been rigged to be extra hard.
Okay.
Like I said, the hammer is weighted backwards.
No guidance for you. No guidance.
So roll it with disadvantage. You got a winner here, eh? And he hands you a little stuffed duck.
Oh. A little one? Geez, usually prizes like that, especially when you win.
No, the big prizes are with the souls.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm needed a new toy anyways.
Aw.
Pretty unusual, huh?
Yeah. That's still
talking with the
Oh
stone.
yeah. He says, "I'm surprised." I can't remember the last he's saying. He's like, "Oh what?
Uh-huh.
This is totally legitimate."
You know.
Yeah, I gave him that look, like, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Have you seen anything? Yeah. Have you seen any more
It's fine.
common things around here? Maybe in the past 2 weeks.
Except,
you don't need to go that far.
well, she said it. So roll intimidation.
Usually that'd be Shiva's job to do that, but okay. Shiva's always the intimidator.
Yeah.
Looney, do you play with the rule that people who are very strong can roll athletics as opposed to intimidation?
No. You gotta roll intimidation.
I don't have that intimidating presence thing though. That's the.
Damn it.
Shiva, yeah. He laughs and he says, "Ha ha ha! Come back when you're actually scary." And he says, "Everyone knows these games are rigged. I mean, not rigged."
To be there?
Yes, everyone is there.
Okay.
Well, I mean, unless Shiva's went out somewhere else in the carnival, I don't know.
No, I think we all stuck
It's
together.
fine. We're just all right. We'll just go somewhere else, I guess.
No. Don't worry, Chaos.
Intimidating.
All right.
I would listen to my Goliath friend here. If I were you.
That's it?
I give him like a little smile, but it's a sinister smile.
Oh.
And he says, I don't know what you think is strange around here, but this is a circus. Everything here is strange. You're gonna need to be more specific.
What a slod.
Kind of not wrong.
He said, "Sure, there was a slot here. He won my game too."
Really?
Yeah.
Little
He says, "Yeah, maybe he did have a sword on his back."
Did you know what he was doing here?
Looked like to me like he was having fun. He went over to the.
Yes, we need to find out where he went from here.
He says, "Well, I didn't see that, so you're on your own." he
That
says,
was
and if
more
you,
of an above table, but
oh,
So
There's a dark spot that moved.
mhm.
So what now?
The pickle that was offered to go.
You go to the whack-a-mole guy.
yeah, might as well.
All right. When
Oh,
you get
whack-a-mole.
there, he says, "Step right up and play my game. Win a prize, or don't."
All right, let's do it. What do I have to
No,
roll?
no, no,
Once again, there's a soul and a non-soul variant,
I'll take the non-soul variant.
and he says, "All right, take this mallet and play the game.
Paladin.
Hit 10 moles in the time, and you win."
All right.
I
I
think
feel
he
like
said
this is more
mallet.
of a Dex game, though.
It is. Oh, it's 100% a dex game, and just like before, though, the mallet is unnecessarily heavy to make it harder to use.
All right.
So, roll a. I'm gonna have you roll sleight of hand with disadvantage.
Sleight of hand? Oh, I thought it would be a dex, but okay.
Sleight of hand.
Sleight
is
of hand is
technically
governed by dex.
Wait, what the hell? Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong one. Sleight of hand, where to go? Oh, there it is. Does that have disadvantage? I can't tell.
Yep, that is a
It was.
disadvantage. You
and
got
you're
it
not gonna
right.
beat the game.
All right. However, you are not able to win with a 9.
Oh.
And the demon chuckles and he says, better luck next time.
All right. Oh. Okay, who here has a better?
Someone with a really high sleight of hand want to do it?
Yeah.
Who has a high sleight of hand? Gee, I wonder who has that stat really high.
I'm pretty sure it's...
No.
Before I roll, even at disadvantage, the roll is taken roll is 30.
Just do it.
God bless Rose.
Rogue.
Feels like you're cheating. I have a perfectly legitimate game,
There we
and
go.
here you are ruining
There was
it.
a 20 in there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Oh, a 30 will more than do it, though. So yeah, Anthos picks up the weighted mallet and easily knocks down all of the moles that show up, easily setting the record. And you can see he's like, "Well, darn, somebody won!" And he hands you a tiny stuffed rabbit.
Oh.
Right, you guys are going for?
He's the next lead on Thanatos as well.
We're trying to
Trying to
Tell
get
me, do you recall Slot also being really good at this game?
He says, "Oh yeah, you won a whole bunch of souls here. Cleaned me out."
Did he now?
Yeah.
Did he happen to mention what they were for?
Ah, I don't ask and I don't tell.
You know where he went next?
Ah, yeah, he says, and he went to that game over there. And he points to another game.
Which
This one
is...
with the ball hitting the 3 bottles.
Are we just going down the line here?
Yep.
I think that's what's happening.
Why not? At least we win some prizes.
Chugga, choo choo! All aboard the
Why don't we just go to the
railroad!
very last game down the aisle? Because he obviously went to all of them.
You go to the very last game. And it's the one where you fill water with a squirt, use the squirt gun to fill up a balloon to pop it.
Oh, that one. Other than that, that is really rigged. Yeah. The one I really hit the most is the ring toss one. The ring toss in the bottles. It was
Uh-huh.
weird.
Oh yeah.
Well, there was one of those, but he skipped right to the end. And the guy said, "Step right up, step right up."
So I have to ask, like, what role?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be straight dexterity.
Nope, that is not my forte. So.
No.
With disadvantage because the gun sights are totally off. They squirt sideways slightly. Doesn't squirt straight.
Well, unless somebody could, I don't know, silent cast create water.
Wait, let me check.
Like if someone has subtle spell and has
Yeah.
create water.
I don't have that. I have shape water.
I don't think
that's
anybody
it.
has subtle spell.
Yes, I was looking at the one person who might have it, sorcerer in the party.
I think anybody.
If you don't have it, then don't worry about it. Subtle spell is so situational. Very few people take it.
Oh, see, I always take it.
I can change the flow of water, but up to 5 feet. That's
Wait,
it.
change the flow of water. Wouldn't that
Yeah,
mean she
shape
would be?
water.
She could technically
But
increase the flow.
No, it changed the direction.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could theoretically use it to guide it directly into the target.
yeah,
But then you'd have to cast it in a way that's not sus.
It's semantic. You just have to say something. What? Is that something else? Hold on. Semantic is hand movement?
Semantic is hand movement.
Yeah. Because verbal, semantic, and component, right?
Yep.
yeah, and one action. It's instantaneous or for an hour. So I mean,
You'd have to hold like a hand move gesture. It's kind of sus.
I know.
So yeah, she'd have to be like having hands behind her back
You
somehow.
always just roll dex.
I'm just gonna roll dex.
Yeah, probably best thing to do.
Okay.
With disadvantage, however, because it's super rigged.
Cool.
I'm afraid that will not do it.
Hmm.
And thus you lose the game. For the first time ever that you can remember, you lost a feat of dexterity.
Johan's gonna give it a go. Does guidance apply for this, or does I don't know if it's a skill check or just.
Technically, it's a skill check.
Okay, so we're gonna eat a pickle for luck. We're gonna roll dexterity at disadvantage.
16. Well, that will actually do it, because that was the DC.
The DC
Damn.
16.
Wow, actually?
Yes.
He was one under.
He was one under.
Gee.
Yep.
Woo.
If you didn't guidance, you wouldn't have made it.
Guidance, making or breaking skill checks. Yeah.
Yeah. So you pop the balloon, and he's like, congratulations. And he hands you a tiny stuffed teddy bear.
Not a bunny?
He already gave you a bunny.
No,
It's a different prize each time.
Gave
No,
it emo money.
Johan's gonna go up to Emo. Trade?
You trying to trade me again? Bunny for the what?
Bunny for the teddy bear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Oh.
People care about this way more than I thought they would. That is funny.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Wow.
Guilt Anthos into it. Anyway, alright. So let me guess, you're gonna ask him if he's seen a
He's
slod.
in a slot. They cleaned him out of souls.
He says, oh yeah, guy totally cleaned me out. And he says, then he went to see the big show.
Big show.
Yeah.
Seeing the thing that's happening, and I assume soon, considering we've been doing this for a little while.
Yeah, it's pretty soon. Soon enough.
How many games did we all play?
I think we played 4.
Three. Nope, 3.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
what was
So
the
we
fourth?
just. Okay, so
You skipped all the ones in the middle because you figured out that he went to every single one and you just went to the last one.
Why can't we just play for fun, guys?
Because we don't have time for that.
Curses. Well, maybe I should set up our own mini server.
Anyway, let's go see this show, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright.
What did the show was about, anyways?
Alright. So you go into the huge tent for the main show, and it's already filled with people ready to watch the show. But you're able to find a group of seats all together that you can sit in.
Hey, reserve.
And then Kanea, you recognize him as being the only one who actually saw him. The same huckster demon from way back before who gave you the ticket, and he's standing there and he's getting ready to start the show. And you do notice he sees you and he totally like winks at you because he knew you'd show up.
I wave hi.
And he waves back, and then he starts waving to the crowd, and he says, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the show." And he says, "Just like some of you may know, our show is exciting, dangerous, and filled with death."
Uh-huh.
Fascinating.
Yes. And people are cheering as he waves his hand, and a giant curtain is removed to reveal the six-headed dragon, now out of cage, standing in the center of a large circle, beating its wings, and each of the heads roar one at a time. And he says, "All right, if for those of you who don't know, one of the big parts of this show is that we feed unsuspecting people to this beast. Because who doesn't like a little carnage, eh?"
Oh,
Uh-huh.
What?
Uh-huh.
To the surprise of literally no one.
Yeah, literally, the audience is filled with demons who are cheering on this thing. And shouting, like, feed the beast, and stuff like that.
And Tanae's not excited anymore.
Sorry, what's getting fed to this thing?
We don't know yet.
And he says, "It's time to bring in the next meal." And he snaps his fingers, and a bunch of humans are brought in.
Oh,
Yup, this is bad.
God, I hate demons.
Don't think we can stop this.
We can't do anything about this.
No, you don't want
No,
to.
we can't.
God.
Except for excusing yourself to the washroom. Because this is probably going to be really bad.
Yeah, and then he says, "But as always, it wouldn't be fair if they were to do it if they didn't have a chance to survive. So we'll pick our champion from the audience to fight on the side of the humans. And hey, if they win, the humans live."
Oh.
Oh, so someone has to try and slay the dragon. Hydra. Chimera.
Yes. And he says, "Which of you demons has the balls to stand up?" And you hear one be like, "I got this," and you see a Balgura charge up, and he's like, "I don't want to save humans, but I really want to kill something, so there it is."
Well, I'll give him
How
points for
away are we from the ring?
You're like halfway back.
Yeah, I meant in feet.
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna say 90 feet away.
Dang it!
Want to cast something?
Kaneo likes fighting, but not like this.
I was going to try and sort of sneak. Can I try and get a closer look?
Oh, if you want to change seats, there are plenty of empty seats that are closer.
I'm gonna try and get a closer look.
A shadow moves closer to the arena.
I'm gonna try and get within about 60 feet.
Does a shadow produce a pickle?
I see an opportunity. No, I am not. No, I am not going to try to help.
All right then. And he says, "The first person up to protect the humans today is this Balgura here. Foolish, but hey, who doesn't like a good show?" And he snaps his fingers. He says, "All right, beastie, time to eat him." And then you see the Balgura just be like, "Rah!" And he charges forward, and immediately gets torn to shreds by the six heads. And he's like, "Oh!" Like the crowd is cheering. It's like, "Oh!" And he's like announcing, he's like, "Oh, that one's really gruesome. Oh, look at the way they rip his legs and his arms off. Oh, gruesome, fantastic."
I mean,
Yeah.
It's not
Sounds like
like
a good show.
I mean, he'll probably be back in
That's
hell
funny.
anyway. So.
Wait,
like-
wait, is this a native plane for Balgura?
No.
Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, that's why.
I
That
don't
explains it.
think that would count as just a standard humanoid, though.
Anyway, he's like, "All right, who's next?" And then you see a Baylor stand up. He's like, "Oh, I'm in for a challenge," and he flies himself down there. And then there's a snap of the fingers, and he too is ripped to shreds by the six heads, because that's a lot.
As much as I'd like to go up to this creature,
These demons aren't doing very well, are they?
Yeah.
No. I then eventually the third person is a pit fiend, and this guy seems like he's got a sneaky plan because he's chuckling to himself.
Oh my.
Yes. And when he gets up there, you hear him shout, "I'm not one to play fair," and he shouts, "Get him, lads!" and like half a dozen lesser demons charge the dragon from behind.
Wow.
Ingenious plan.
Yes.
Oh, you're not going to get ripped to shreds.
I have a certain spell. I want to know if this will work on a demon.
Okay.
It's called Soul Cage.
You casting Soul Cage.
I want to know, like, do I know if this will work on a demon first?
Do we know if the soul jar would be effective right now?
Hang on.
Well,
considering
yeah, actually, on that thought, how difficult would it be for Johan to very sneakily get close to the arena and try to trap a soul? How difficult?
Generally, my instructions were you have to kill something and do it. So if you don't kill it, nothing happens.
Ah, boo. No, in the way that was like a one-shot kill. There's no like finishing it off, right?
Soul Cage specifically says
a humanoid. Yeah, I see that.
A humanoid that dies. Basically any humanoid
that
dies within my range.
Humanoid is.
I don't have to kill them.
Yeah, humanoid typically excludes demons and fiends. Typically.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it'll work on demons. They've got souls. I don't think it should be limited to just humanoids, personally. So I'm willing to let Soul Cage work on other stuff.
Once the guy gets himself ripped to pieces, the third one, I'm gonna try and hopefully this spectacle will keep everyone distracted long enough for me to deal a demon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now he's getting really pissed off at me about it, I'm sure.
Yeah. So this time they
Can we cast invisibility on Silverfox?
Silvervic,
it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think it.
Again, this is a circus.
Okay.
She is.
Yeah, people are cheering, throwing hands out. There's a lot going on. No one's paying attention. All right. So, but here's how the fight goes. So those 6 lesser demons do get killed very quickly, but it gives the pit fiend a chance to slice off 2 of the heads of the Draco Hydra. So it's down to 4 heads when it kills him. However, you notice then shortly thereafter it grows additional heads and now has 8.
Wow.
Yep, that's surprising.
Growing 2 for each one that was sliced off. So now it's an 8-headed Dragon Hydra.
Not surprising.
However, you are able to catch the soul of the Pit Fiend as he dies.
He is kept in a little silver cage, and he hates it, I'm sure.
Yep.
I have 8 hours to decide what to do with him.
Yep, yes you do. And in the meantime, he says, "Alright, we're 3 challengers down, so that's no fun. It's time to bring in our special guest." And he says, "Alright, bring him in." And then you see them bring in a they bring in a black slod wearing a sword. However, it is not Thanatos, and this slot is in a cage, and he says, you cheated at all our games and stole a lot of souls from us. So as your punishment, you get to fight this guy.
Oh my goodness.
We can tell that that's not actually Thanatos,
so it was
right?
the wrong one this entire time.
Yeah, it was a red herring.
Sorry, Sammy just got into my room. What did I miss?
Red herring.
What? Like it wasn't
the wrong.
Does this slot look like Thanatos?
He's a black slot, and he definitely looks a lot like him. But once you actually get a look at him, he's definitely not Thanatos.
Oh.
But you specifically asked around for a black slot, and there totally was one.
The sigh.
So is that the guy we're looking for?
No.
And he gets released from his cage, and they say, "Hey, slay the Draco Hydra, and you get to go free."
You can very much tell that's also not the sword of chaos on his back.
It's not the sword of Koss. It's just a
Excuse me.
it's just a regular sword, or presumably it might be magical, but it's definitely not the sword of Koss. Anyway, so he's like, fine, kill this thing, and he says, I'm gonna kill this thing, then I'm gonna kill you, and then he points to the audience and he says, then I'm gonna kill everybody here.
Bring it on, shorty.
I think he's angry. Maybe therapy.
Yeah.
Is he trying to fight the Hydra thing?
Yes, he is.
He wants to kill everybody. Great.
And you watch him fighting the Hydra, and he's way stronger than those demons were. And he keeps chopping the heads off. However, he doesn't seem to be too smart because he's not figuring out that every time he chops the heads off, shortly thereafter, 2 grow back. And before long, there's a 20-headed Hydra facing him.
Anybody else think of the scene from Hercules?
Yeah, it's pretty much like that.
Yeah.
Only every time the Hydra tries to attack him with a head, he cuts it off. So he's extremely strong, but incredibly stupid.
You know, the one thing I don't get about this is
what?
Is after a certain amount of time, how does the actual body support that many heads? Like it would just topple over from all the weight.
No, there's nothing in the stat block that says there's limitation, so I'm gonna go with somehow magic. I don't know.
A wizard did it.
Yeah.
Actually, a wizard did create this creature. So yes.
Please tell me it's not fucking Coot.
No, Coot didn't make this creature.
I would hope not.
Okay.
Then we would all be in some serious trouble.
Well, Coot would be
Anyway,
in trouble.
he's sitting there chopping head after head, only making the creature stronger. And he doesn't seem to have figured out anything. He's just raging out, slicing heads off, until eventually there are so many heads they do overwhelm him and start to rip into shreds. And it's at this point that the ringmaster's like, man, wasn't that interesting? He lasted for a long time. Look how many heads this guy's got now. And he says, but that's boring if it always has that many heads. Then he see him snap his fingers and like the cage is dropped around the creature, and then he says, well, that's it for today. And he says, and then the audience starts to boo, and he says, oh right, that's right, the humans. I almost forgot about that. Yeah.
Somebody should probably step up.
No, it's a little late.
We can't.
Yeah.
We can.
Low profile.
We won't feel the.
Yeah, and he says, that's what you guys
We are
came here to
literally surrounded by demons.
see." Yep. Yeah. And unfortunately, you don't have to stay and watch it, though.
Yep. I'm gonna go and excuse myself to the washroom.
Make my exit.
Yeah. You leave before the humans are eaten.
Stop. Go to Yanni. Go.
Also partly because, you know,
Go.
I might have stolen a demon's soul.
Yes, you did steal a demon's soul.
Good job.
What happened?
Once we are outside and relatively free, I'm gonna use one of the things.
Oh, yeah?
I am going to query soul.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just gonna be like, you wouldn't by any chance happen to know where Thanatos is holding a huge ritual of dark arcane power? Would you?
And he says, I might indeed know a thing or two. Out in the sea.
Answer truthfully.
Yes. And that's why he then continues. Out in the sea of fire, he is indeed up to that. Trying to merge sword and stone. To make a dangerous weapon.
Now we're gonna go with a follow-up. Do you have the exact location?
And he says, I do not, but I know who does. He says, there's a Baylor in this city. Part of this plan.
So it was the Baylor.
Yep.
The Baylor with the Ifrit?
Yep.
I assume so, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So we do have to do the rescue plan then.
Well, we don't necessarily have to. You just got to go back there.
We could just try to find the Baylor. and get the information out of him somehow.
Now, he did say that he was part of the plan, right?
The Baylor was part of the plan, and in fact, if those who went to that mansion remember, they were talking about a deal and a plan. The Baylor specifically asked the Ifrit to talk about that. If you remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Yep.
4 more times I can use this particular soul for the next 8 hours.
We have a soul.
Okay, so once we're sort of out of sight, I take out the little silver cage, which in the center of you see basically a miniature demon.
Yep.
Did you get that?
Might have snagged someone during their death. Temporarily, of course. He'll return back to his original plane once I'm done with him, but figured the risk was worth taking.
You have to watch he doesn't come after us.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense. This is not the plane that they actually come from. So.
Now, this is a DM ruling, because I don't think this spell says... it does... how aware of its surroundings is
this guy? He's very aware.
Okay. Well, he knows what I looks like. No one say my name.
Okay.
For the next 8 hours. Carter, I'm looking at you.
Then why'd you say my name?
Like you can handle it.
Carter doesn't seem that worried about his immortal soul. He almost signed it away for
what kind of information?
Spoofing it.
He was trying to capture the rat.
What have you been
without-
discussing with this unfortunate soul?
Well, I have determined that he doesn't know exactly where Thanatos is doing his thing, but he knows who does. You guys mentioned a Baylor?
Yeah.
Talking to the Ifrit?
Johan.
Did the soul mention the Ifrit?
He did not. No, he mentioned the Baylor. That there was a Baylor in town.
Sorry, that's how much meta knowledge.
Yep, that's okay.
That's okay.
So Johan will go, well, so we know there's a Baylor somewhere.
There's lots of Baylors here.
The
How
only
to
Baylor
find
is
the
the
right
one in the
Baylor.
palace, right?
Did he happen to say anything more identifying about the Baylor?
Name, location, title.
No, he wasn't asked about that.
Well,
Could ask him.
okay, I will use one more question to ask about the Baylor's identity.
He says this Baylor's distinctive. Not only are his horns a weird shape, his tail was cut off. If you look at him and you don't see a tail, that's the one.
Did we see a Baylor?
You saw him sitting down, and you saw him from the front. You did not see him from behind, so you have no idea.
But we did.
know,
Did we see
but
the
we have
Baylor's horns though?
You did see the Baylor's horns, and they were a bit odd.
With a 15, I'm
no
assuming
tail.
Johan recalls that detail.
Yes.
It might, Johan would relay that information to everybody else.
About what you heard in the Ifrit's palace?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's troubling.
Well, one of you guys is going to have to figure out how to get the information out of him, but...
Johan starts thinking to himself, how would he assassinate a Baylor?
We don't
Not
need
easily.
to assassinate him. We could theoretically just follow him if he's part of the plan, right? He might just lead us right to them. Just have to wait for him to actually leave the city of Brass.
Well, what if Johan was to start visiting the story place on a regular basis, try to catch a sight of this Baylor, and then if he did, maybe try to skulk off to try to follow it?
Be a good start.
I mean, I feel like that is the best current course of action.
All right, that's what we'll do.
Alright then, well, I'll save you the trouble. If you're going back there and checking, it's going to take a couple days before he shows up there again, but eventually he does.
Alright, so if he does...
Hang on, though. In the meantime, there was something else you requested. The Azure has returned to the hidden area at your request.
Now, if that's going to take more than the 8 hours, I will make use of the captured demon soul a couple more times.
Yeah, that will take. So what else are you going to do with it?
Well, I guess I'll ask more questions about, like, how does one cross the Sea of Fire without,
all right. So
mortal, not of this plane, cross the Sea of Fire.
He says, well, if they were smart, they wouldn't. He says, but if they really insist on it, he says, lots of people choose to fly. And if that's not a choice, you got to make it so fire doesn't work on you.
Flight and fire resistance. Okay.
So how many long rests is that? Specifically for Carter crafting stuff?
It will be 2, but we'll get to that.
Oh! Invisibility from the Wagar, that's...
So you still have 2 questions if you feel like asking them.
Anyone else have any more questions? Because the other effects aren't really all that useful in this situation.
Well, is it 5 questions and then you're completely done, or 2 questions and you're done for 8 hours?
Well, it's gone after 8 hours.
It's 6 total questions, and then it gets set free.
Oh, okay.
Or at least returns to its natural dead state, whereupon the demon itself will probably reconstitute. You know what, demon? Next question. What is your true name?
Oh, fuck!
Oh wow, that's good.
Fuck.
Okay, hang on. Oh wow. That's good. That's really good. Okay, and he tells you that, and you can see he's really pissed telling you it. Hang on. I'm just gonna type it in here. His name is Mazosaf, and he was not happy giving you that.
Okay, I need to make a note of that.
Yeah, I can't believe you named me. Ah, darn!
So now that she has his true name, is that she can like summon him at will?
There are certain things that, yeah, you can do if you know a
I
demon's
think
true
more
name.
along the lines of if he shows up looking for a...
Oh no. So
what type of demon was he again?
Baylor, right? No, Bagura or
Pit
This
Fiend,
was
right?
this was a pit fiend.
He's just not named Steve.
Yeah, and yeah, he's pretty pissed. And actually, there are certain spells that if you know a demon's true name, you can force them to serve you.
Yeah, that's not my particular area of expertise.
No, it's not. But having something's true name gives you a lot of power over it.
So the name was Mazo what?
Mazozath. He wrote it in the D&D chat.
I put it in Discord.
Mazozath. I am actually putting that into game loot.
Appropriate.
Because
last question.
Yeah, we got one more question.
Maybe ask Baylor if he knows of anybody else that Thanatos is working for. That might.
Hmm.
Did he specify where exactly he is in the Sea of Fire?
Well, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Doesn't know
okay.
the exact location, but knows who does, and that's
okay.
Maybe tell us everything he knows about said Baylor?
I think he already did.
Well, he told us his appearance. Did that everything?
Maybe learn like if he has any weaknesses or something like that.
Tendencies, proclivities.
Hmm.
Maybe.
You guys okay with that
sure
being?
how to word that.
Tell us everything you know about X.
That's not a question.
That's more of a command.
Ah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I get it.
Can you tell us?
I mean, then the answer could just be yes, I can.
Oh, right. Oh, shit. Or just say, what are his weaknesses?
Well, we know that we've talked to like Baylor's Amphibians in the past, and they've typically not had any. Based off other conversations. So I don't think that would.
Maybe we can ask him about the palace since we are going to eventually infiltrate the place.
What do you know of, and do we have a specific name for the Ifrit that...
No, unfortunately.
You do not have a name at this point.
How much time would it take to find out then?
Like, I mean, his palace is open to the public.
Yeah, it would be a question of like, hey, do you know the name of the owner of that place? Or, hey, that's a pretty nice palace. Do you know who owns this place?
Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to find out his name.
Yeah, so we could easily get that done within the 8 hours.
Okay.
Well, then I will go ahead and just tell you his name. And his name is Vafood.
Vafood?
Yep.
Okay.
Well.
That's
Last question, demon. Before you are set free. What do you know of that guy? Sorry,
Vafood.
Just the food?
No, I put it in Discord again.
I know, and I purposely wrote it.
Oh. No, it's not Vafood.
It does sound like that though.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, with audio compression, it gets a little.
Well, the issue is it's all in the vowel.
Vafood. What do you know of Vafood's palace?
And he says it's open to the public and that people can go there and listen to tales from the bard that he has enslaved. He's an infamous storyteller. He's been there for decades.
Mere decades? Doesn't seem like a very long time for an Ifrit.
to know.
No. The human, the bard has been there for decades. I should.
Oh.
Yeah. But he doesn't have any information about it that we don't already have.
Correct. But that was your 6th question.
Darn.
At which point the
Soul
spell
is
ends,
freed.
the soul is freed, and I need to get a new silver cage.
Is it a one-time use only spell?
I believe. Well, okay.
It doesn't
Spell
actually.
slot.
It says
It's more of a
until the
spell slot.
ends or you destroy the cage. So
Yeah, so you didn't destroy the cage, so I'm going to say it's fine. You still have your cage.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty high level spell, so cast.
Oh yeah, no, that was.
I'm surprised that that's literally a 1 a day.
Yeah.
Because you don't start getting X after 7.
Yeah, that was it. But, good use of that spell.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe you got his
It's
true
only
name.
6th level, but I only have one 6th level spell slot.
Yeah.
Yep, and you're not going to get another one until 18th level.
Level.
I can't believe you got his true name. That is unfortunate for me.
Curses!
So, all right.
She is the smartest person in the room.
Yeah, that was a smart play right there.
Okay, so next, I guess we're going to do the thing where Johan's trying to track down the food.
Hang on, no, we're gonna.
So yes, he might
the
know
Azure
who she is,
first.
and that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
DM.
No, go ahead. We'll pick up the other.
That particular pit fiend may know who she is, and may feel a certain way about how she's treated him. But also, she has his true name. Is he really going to?
He doesn't have your name at all, so he
Yeah.
actually doesn't know who you are.
I got your notes. I got you.
He has no idea who you are, and yes, you have his true name. So he's not going to look for you because he knows the things that can be done to him by someone who has his true name. He's much smarter to stay way away. That is a huge weakness. And even that, technically, isn't enough to protect him. If someone knows the name and so inclined, they can forcibly summon him and make him serve. But anyway. But yes, so the Azure shows up as requested and wants to know why you requested he reappear.
We have other business outside of the city, and we're wondering if you knew of any methods for us to traverse the Sea of Fire.
He tells you that if you give him a week, he will make you something that will help you traverse the outside.
Sounds like a plan.
A week?
I mean, do we have that long?
Who knows?
Well, may as well, right?
Well, we got to find out where we're going first. So while we're doing that, trying to locate this particular Baylor.
Flawed. Oh, Baylor and then flawed, yes.
So while we're doing that, he could work on whatever it is he's working on.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
He's happy to help because you're going to be sticking it to the Ifrits, and for him, that's all the payment he needs.
Cool.
All right. So, Johan, you're hanging around that palace and you're hearing a lot of really lame stories told in a very half-assed way by someone who's clearly being forced to do it and also couldn't care about life at all anymore. And the Ifriti has, while you're there, you see a number of prominent guests come in. You see occasionally another Ifriti have a small sit down with him. You see powerful demons come by. You even are swear you saw like nobles from the material plane come in and ask for and barter for favors and wishes. And you notice that this Ifriti does grant wishes to people if they offer him something that he finds worth it.
What are some of the things that he accepted a
Well,
wish
okay,
for?
so
Does he? Would I be able to get like a list later?
I'll give you a list now. As an example, there was a king who sold one of his children to the Ifriti for a wish. To be young again.
Wow, real shitheel.
Yeah.
What do you need kids for if you're young?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck.
You can always have more kids.
But you wish to be young?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't open my sheet anymore for some freaking reason.
I'll probably refresh your thing. And then let's see. Somebody asked.
For kids?
Yeah. Sold his son to the Ifriti
Oh,
for
that's
use.
fucked up.
Yes, it is. And then there was somebody who came there asking for a wish to end a drought plaguing their land. And again, they sacrificed themselves for their people, though.
Aww.
And he took
Sounds
that.
nicer.
Yeah, so you notice a lot of people are offering souls and whatnot, and that seems to be the big thing that he's trading. But it's not always. Sometimes it's the service of somebody, like a slave, not actually a soul. And in one regard, somebody offers him a very some kind of treasure. You're not sure what it was, but yes, for a wish. So he'll take other things if he deems it worth it. You, however, don't see the Baylor with the wonky horns and the missing tail.
Well,
You do not see them.
Well, we're patient, so we're willing to wait.
Yeah. And 4 days after the 4th day you go there to look, eventually he does show up and have a sit down. And if you want to eavesdrop on this conversation, I'm gonna need some dice rolls.
Sure. So first thing we're gonna do is because we're a Dwagar, we can cast invisibility on ourselves.
Yeah.
We're gonna cast invisibility, which gives us advantage, if not advantage, straight.
God. Just beware, a lot of these things have true sight.
No, but if they do, then that's still just straight roll. Which better than advantage.
Well,
That's
straight
very
roll still
good.
beats.
Let me just check the passive perceptions of these guys, because that's gonna determine it. Yeah. Okay. They do not seemingly notice your presence. However, they're also speaking in Ignan, so.
Could Shiva have lent him the helm?
Yeah, I'll give him my helm.
Okay,
It'll take
sure.
some time to attune with it anyway.
Yes, it will take a long rest to attune to it.
Well, I mean, it would have taken. Well, I mean, if he'd been
yeah.
here for like 4 or 5 days, then he would have attuned to it at some point around there.
And we know he was going there to eavesdrop on him, so we would have given it to him.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right. So the gist of what they're talking about is basically, in exchange for the Ifriti helping, or it's more like, the Ifriti are helping him with something, and in exchange, Thanatos is doing this ritual, which will benefit the Ifritis.
Ifriti. Okay, so the
Ifriti are providing souls in exchange for some benefit, which they didn't mention, but just that the benefit would be they would be able to reap the rewards of the ritual once it's complete.
Okay.
This Ifriti is giving souls to Thanatos, basically.
Yep.
Of course.
So we gotta follow the soul shipment.
Yep. Well, we're
And
gonna.
they do mention that the next one will be leaving in 2 days, and that hopefully the ritual will be done by the end by the end of the next month.
Okay, so we still have time to stop this ritual.
Anything else?
That's pretty much it.
All right, we're gonna tell that Baylor when he's done the conversation.
Oh.
Find that
Oh wait,
soul?
did you roll? Oh yeah, you did roll. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take another stealth roll as you follow the Baylor through town.
Yep,
And this time he is actively looking around because he's making sure he's not being followed.
Sure. We're going to. Yep, and then we're still. Actually, I just forgot. I just remembered. I just can't believe I never thought of doing this before. We're gonna burn 2 key points. Cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay.
And now we're gonna stick to the shadows.
Yeah. However, you're not, because he can see you with his true sight, you are going to be rolling it straight. You will not have advantage on this roll.
Okay. So straight roll.
Plus 10?
Plus 10.
Fuck, I can't believe I forgot I had access.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and for the cost of 2 key points.
Oh, so close!
Damn.
No, not.
Oh! Oh, right, I forgot the plus 10. Damn it. Oh well, yeah, so he doesn't see you. You follow him. And he travels through the town, going to the market where he talks to another demon and confirms that the shipment will be delivered on time. And then with that, he takes off and he literally flies out of the city out towards the Sea of Fire.
We shall take a note of direction in which he leaves the city, but we don't got wings.
Yeah.
Corey issued me a rifle, not wings.
Yeah, he leaves the city going north.
Well, that gives us a rough direction for a start. And second, we could try tailing the... We could try following the soul shipment.
Yep. So, I guess once that's done, we're gonna go back to the people and let everybody know what we found out. God, I pass with.
So we basically found a way to, like, we don't even have to kill the Baylor.
Well, we know where the shipment is. So the question is, do we want to? I guess the next thing we're gonna do is once after we're done, like we're done telling everybody else, we're going to, like, literally once we're done, we're gonna head back out and we're gonna scout out the location for where the drop is supposed to happen, using Pass Without Trace, using and sticking to the shadows to maintain invisibility. We're literally gonna watch where the drop's supposed to happen.
All right. Well, you see that a half a dozen God, what the hell are those things? Hang on, I have to look. Can't remember. Hang on.
I feel like we want to be able. Like, is our fire protection, whatever it is that's coming our way, going to be ready before the shipment is set to leave?
Yes, it will. However, so that gets ready just as you see that the shipment is about half a dozen spined devils show up. Those are winged ones with spiny spikes on them, and each of them are carrying a box with about a dozen soul jars in them.
Oh, it's like, wait, they're preparing the shipment 2 days in advance?
Yep.
Be a massive shipment.
Yeah, well, you're seeing that they're carrying a lot of soul jars, and depending on how many souls are in there, that's a lot of souls. And you can see that they've been given those, and then the instructions are to leave at a certain time once the guard shows up.
Does our soul jar say how many souls it can hold maximum?
It doesn't have that. That was never in the instructions, and the guy never said, and he was never asked.
I guess we'll find out when we use it.
Then I guess the area where he is, when we sort of got a lay of, like when we got a lay of like how people are moving in and out, that sort of thing. Just want to like get an understanding of like how the alleyways are in the area.
Oh, okay. Well, like I described before, in the market, the alleyways are filled with people making deals, so there is nowhere that doesn't have somebody. Because this area, while there are shady deals going on, they're in the alleys doing the shady deals.
Okay, so yeah, trying to map out like entrance routes thing.
Well, it's just you're basically limited to the common routes that people enter and exit from the market.
Okay,
You're quite
all right.
busy, but it is what it is.
All right, we'll report back to everybody, let them know what happened. Well, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then last thing, these souls, they're being headed by spine devils, but are they going to like inside some container?
But yeah, I told you they're each carrying like a crate with like a dozen soul jars in it.
Oh, okay, right, but are they just like stacking crates somewhere?
Presume for now it looks like that's what they're doing.
Okay. Good. All right, that's all I can think of for now. We're report back. Then I got to think about what anything else I'd like to back there for.
I mean, that's probably good enough for now, right?
I do have one question for DM.
Uh-huh.
Would Johan be able to purchase a weapon that, rather than does damage, would do another type of damage that might actually work against everything that's here? Because I'm pretty sure everything here is immune.
You're cutting out everywhere, but I'm assuming you don't want to do poison damage.
Yeah! Want to do damage that does damage!
Well, I mean, if you wanted to try and buy something here, there are weapons here.
Yeah. You're gonna try to do.
Okay, well, there's plenty of ones that do necrotic damage.
Alright. Necrotic works on demons. Wait, don't they have resistance? Memory.
You're thinking of undead.
Okay, well, I just know that pit fiends and bears are like resistant to, like, a million things.
It's not necrotic.
Okay, then.
Demons aren't resistant to necrotic. They are very much resistant to other things. Poison, fire, cold.
Okay,
so from non-magical weapons, but not necrotic.
Okay, I'll not now obviously, but during the league, if you could like, necrotic damaging stuff on a sheet, weapon, take care of that. Great. Yeah.
All right then. Well, I think we're gonna call it here then, guys. We're almost. Yeah, we're already after, so.
We're over time.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of prep up for.
Oh wait, hang on. I will. Hang on. I will post a picture. Oops, I did not mean to click that. Now I have to refresh my Roll20. Damn it. I will post as soon as I've got it loaded again. So give me a few minutes. I will post exactly what the Azure prepares for you. For traversing the Sea of Fire, because it's a thing.
Wait, is it one of those like traptions from that expansion that came out a while back called Avernus? One of those machines from Descendants of Avernus?
I don't actually. I'm not familiar with that one. So hang on. Let me just look up. I guess it's not dissimilar to that. Not the same thing, but not dissimilar. I don't know what you just put in there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar from that. Once I get it to load, I can put what it looks like.
finding it?
Yeah, I'm finding it. Or I'm trying to get it to find it. I accidentally clicked a stupid one of my short links at the right underneath my search bar, and it changed my page. And now I'm waiting for Roll20 to load. It's fine. I'll post it later when I get it to load.
Okay.